Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? There you are. Good to see you. Okay. How was your holiday? Glad to be back. Wish it was still longer. You know, it's mixed for me. I'm kind of ready to get on with the new stuff. But there's always a little bit of holiday blues, I think, sometimes. Just depends on how good it was. But here we are, regardless. And our time is drawing close. We've got this week and next week. And on the 4th is the final exam, and on the 10th is the makeup exam. Just to recap, Jason will be sending you an email with some details about the process, but the passing grade for the class final is a 75 or better. If you make a 60 or better, 60 to 74, then you can try again the next week on the 10th. And that applies to whether you need to try one or the other, state, national, or both. So we'll get more details to you about that shortly because we don't have much time. We're going to finish up valuation tonight. We're going to also get into insurance. Let's just look at it. There we go. So we're in the middle of property valuation. We're going to talk about the cost approach and the income approach. And then property insurance, landlord tenant, property management. That'll probably be our night tonight. And then tomorrow we'll get all the rest of these little baby ones out of the way, as well as license law and commission rule that we still have left to work on. And then that gives us a review day next week, and then the 4th. So then you can move forward with your plans. So it's a great year to get into the business. The last 5 years have been pretty competitive. The good news is a lot of agents who got in the last 5 years didn't know or didn't have a true perspective of what it was like to be in the business, right? So if they were fortunate enough to get listings, they sold quickly and they thought they were child prodigies. But the thing was, it was easy to sell anything in the last 5 years. Now it's getting more normalized. And so some agents, quite a few agents, are heading for the hills, not using their licenses, getting out of the business just in time for you to get in. So this is actually, I think, a great time. As long as you're willing to put in the work, and that is once you've learned these laws and rules, which is pretty much what this course is all about, then you get to start learning how to do real estate. And that first starts with lead generation. But that's for not a day in our syllabus. You're going to have to do that with your broker in charge, and there's a million resources online, and you'll figure that out when it's time. But that's the exciting part. You can craft this business to fit your lifestyle. And in the beginning, you're going to have to work your tail off. But eventually, you can find your niche and then tailor it. If you can resist the urge to take everything that comes your way, when you get kind of up and running and have that momentum going, it's kind of hard to turn things down. But then you have a decision to make: money or lifestyle, and got to find that happy medium, right? How much money is enough versus too much, and at what point is it worth the sacrifice to the loved ones around you and your stress level and happiness level? So you'll have to figure all that out along the way. But the good news is you have that freedom, right? If you have a real job, that I like to call it, with one boss, you're trading that for a job with lots of bosses. And I like it better because any one of those bosses can go away and I can still make money and pay the bills. I don't have to keep one person happy all the time. If somebody just decides to not like me or be a jerk or something, we can part ways, and that's okay. There's others. So that's sort of the trade-off with an entrepreneurial type of a business going on. And then some of you want to just use this for your own real estate, and that's great too, to have access to that MLS. But a lot of exciting changes in the industry right now. And so it will be a historic time in this business, and that's okay too. It all goes back to just a work ethic, you know. So where did we leave off? We had just talked a lot about the sales comparison method, which is the way if you get into real estate on the residential side, like most people do before they venture into commercial, then this is going to be your bread and butter. This concept of comparing a subject property to other things that have sold that are similar to it. That's going to be your best way of figuring out what it should eventually sell for. And it's not new. This is not new to you in your life because it's probably how you shop for anything in your life right now. Cars especially. If you want to buy a car, what do? You go see what other Toyota Pathfinders sell for, right? And now with cars, it's a little different because it could be sitting on a lot in Tennessee, and that could be the car you end up buying. So location is not as important with cars. That's a huge difference. But with real estate, same comparison method. Basically that. What's the package? What are the upgrades? What are the what's the condition? All of that stuff plays in, and that's what we were leaving off with, and we talked about making these adjustments. And so this could be an example of math that doesn't get included in the calculation problems that they might give you. They could give you a problem like this. This isn't involving a calculator, but it's still a math problem. So you just need to know what to do with those chunks of money that they've already told you the amounts are. And the number one lesson with this example is, what do we adjust when we're using the sales comparison method? Are we adjusting the price of the subject property or the price of the comparable property? Which thing gets added to or subtracted from? Yeah, we can't adjust the subject property because that's what we're trying to figure the answer to. And therefore, we don't know a sales price of it yet. I think it gets confusing sometimes because people might be thinking about list prices. And just because a house says I'm on the market for $300,000, that doesn't mean it's worth $300,000 by far. I call list prices wish prices because for all we know, that's just what they hope to get. It may not be based on reality. How good was that agent in doing a market analysis and telling them what things really have sold for and how they compare to the subject? Or was that agent one of those who was desperate to get the listing and therefore told the seller whatever they thought the seller wanted to hear so they could get a sign in the yard? Quite common. I think that's probably very prevalent. If we could get a stat on that particular phenomenon, I bet it would be scarily a big number. So much so that it's an example in our comments section for the license law as an example of willful misrepresentation. If you know for a fact it's worth $300,000, but you let the seller think that you can sell it for $350,000, then you have willfully misrepresented that it's worth $350,000. And if that seller feels like they've been cheated or somehow ended up getting less for their house because you didn't give good advice and kept from them the true value of the property, that could be something they complain to the commission about. So when we are comparing the subject property with the comp property and we find out that in this example, the subject has 2 bedrooms, the comparable property has 3, what do we call that situation? Is the comparable property superior or inferior to the subject property? Better than or less than? Greater than or less than, I should say. Yeah, if the comparable properties, and I've seen some instructors who just literally say, hold your hands out and say the subject property is here, the comparable is here, and it has, in this case, 3 bedrooms while the subject has 2. Therefore, the comparable is bigger, superior, and it needs to be brought down to the level of the subject. What would it be? What would that comparable have sold for if it only had 2 instead of having 3? So how do we pretend and hypothetically make it so that the comparable had 2 instead of 3 bedrooms? We subtract $2,500 from what it sold for. And so if it is superior to the subject, the dollar amount needs to be subtracted from its sale price for that particular item. And these adjustment amounts, in real life are going to depend on your experience. And that's another reason that I like to encourage, as a listing agent, you go meet appraisers at the property. You're allowed to. You're not allowed to intimidate them or try to influence them or bribe them to appraise the property at the sale price, but you can certainly meet them there and defend your value, the value of your listing, by saying, "Hey, don't forget to include the features and benefits on this sheet for this property. Oh, you may not have realized that it's got a brand new roof as of last year. Everything that is sold in this neighborhood in this last 6 months, none of them had new roofs. We have access to that information, by the way. This one does. So you might want to give some credit for that. Or they have maybe access to the water, maybe like a boat dock, whereas those other comps were interior lots in the neighborhood. They don't have waterfront. That's a huge adjustment. Big difference. So just making sure that that appraiser is giving dollar advantage for every possible thing they can. And so while you're out there and giving them this benefit sheet, this feature sheet, I like to say to them, "Hey, just to be helpful, might help your cause a little bit, save you some time. Here's a packet for you. Got some features in there. Got a couple comps that I use that I thought might be helpful. I know you're going to do your own, run your own comps, but here's what I found. Take it or leave it. Do with it what you will." And that's it. It's not a hard sales pitch. And usually if you do it right and you don't come across like you're bullying or being whiny, they will invite you, give you their card and say, "Hey, okay, great. Appreciate your input. I'll go back and do the work. Here's my card. If you ever have any questions, give me a shout." That's what you want. Besides defending the value of your listing, you want to have a network, sort of a database of appraisers that like how you treated them. You weren't that jerk agent that put all this pressure on them to appraise that one sale price on that one deal. And now you have an invitation, hopefully, to reach out to them in the future. And you might get to a point where you're on a listing appointment or about to be. You're preparing and you're thinking, "Oh my gosh, I just don't know. I just cannot figure out what the value of a extra garage might be. Everything in here is sold with a 2-car garage. This listing that I'm going on the appointment for has a 3-car garage. What is the value of that difference of one garage?" And that's not going to be the same across all neighborhoods, right? It depends. In a lakefront, $1 million plus neighborhood, a garage difference between 2 and 3 is different than a tract home $300,000 to $400,000 neighborhood. It's just the way it goes. So you met that appraiser out there that time. You pull out the card, you call them and say, "Just curious, trying to do a CMA here. What would you give for a garage value adjustment in a neighborhood in that $800 to $1 million, whatever it may be?" And they might just be helpful. And over time, you start to get better at estimating what these adjustments are. And that is the sales comparison method and how you implement it in this business. There's a lot of vocabulary we ran into. Some testable items are also here. And, oops. Oh, good. The 2 types of comparables that you cannot use in an appraisal or a market analysis are what? Remember, the MLS has all of these different categories. They have all the active listings, all the ones that didn't sell, all the ones that did sell, all the ones that sold but haven't closed yet. And it's those active ones and under contract or pending ones that we don't yet know what they closed at. And therefore, we can't use it in calculating that value estimate. In our case, probable sales price estimate. So that's the question they like to ask. We don't know what they sold for yet. We're not allowed to disclose the purchase price of an under contract listing because it may fall off the market. I mean, it may fall out of contract. It might come back on the market because maybe they couldn't negotiate the repairs, or maybe the parties decided not to sell. And then you would have a whole world knowing what that seller was willing to take. And so it's not allowed. And in the MLS, you won't see it. All you see is a list price, but it's under contract. And I tell sellers when I'm on an appointment, "Okay, we saw that this was under contract. We don't know what it's going to sell for or close for, but At least at this price, it didn't scare away somebody from making an offer. That's all we really know. If you're lucky, it's going to close. And now you have a closed one, and it works in your favor, and you can use it as a good comp to help. But sometimes they don't close in time for you to make good use of it to figure out how to price the property you're trying to list. Or if it's an appraiser, how to justify or use that property as a justification of a value. How do we choose comps? Need to be recent. That's the number one. Recently closed, geographically close, similar in type, like 1 story versus 2. Officially for this class, the commission says don't compare a 1 story with a 2 story because they're inherently different values. The single story is more expensive usually. Not a good match. It's a bigger footprint, costs more to build, it requires a bigger lot probably. It takes more roofing supplies because that square footage is spread out over one level instead of stacked. And updates and amenities and all that good stuff. And then finally, arm's length transaction. Don't use a comp that was a family estate sale if you're comparing it to a subject property that's going to be on the market for strangers to buy. Because just maybe that family would give a good deal to the buyer. Parent selling to child, brother selling to sibling. So those are potential testable items too. What type of property was the sales comparison method best for? What's the best kind of property to use that method for? I'll give you a choice. Single family, a government building, or an apartment building. The sales comparison method is to be used for single family or up to 4 unit, duplex, triplex, fourplex, residential, or land. All of those kinds of properties can be utilizing the sales comparison method to figure their value. But for the old school, old government building, old church, that's going to be more in the commercial sector usually. You might find somebody maybe that you helped residentially that also has some commercial property, and maybe they have something to do with a very unique type of property. And if that's the case, if it's a unique type of property but not income producing, then you're going to use this method to figure out what it's worth, the cost approach. And I think if we all formed a committee and we had to figure it out on our own and we didn't know any better, and we just said, okay, here's this old school that's been closed up forever. In Concord, there's this old Jackson training school deep in the heart of Concord, and it's just a bunch of old haunted looking buildings. And once upon a time, it was a school for wayward youth. And that's what I think of when I'm thinking about these old buildings. How do there's no neighborhood of that. So you've got to figure that out in a whole different way. It's not income producing. They're not getting rent on that. It's just buildings sitting there. So how would we come up with a value for something like that? We need to figure out what the value of that old dilapidated building is. And so step 1, figure out what the value of the land it's sitting on is worth. Using what? Well, when we're figuring out what a land is worth, we need to use the sales comparison method. So the cost approach includes the need to use the sales comparison method for the land portion. Because I've never found a property that floats in midair and is not sitting on land yet. So need to use the cost approach, figure out what the land piece is worth. Okay, 7 acres and it's worth $300,000 just for the dirt. Okay, good to know. Put that off to the side. Now, how much would it cost to build this building today? Using today's methods, today's materials to get a nice new building that's 10,000 square feet, school building, how much would it cost? And that's going to feel pretty intimidating, but we're going to have to use a couple of different methods. And how would you do that? You would find out the price for labor to build something that big. You would find out the price for materials, and you'd put all that together and say, okay, new construction to build something like that. And I'm totally pulling from air here. $2 million. Okay, $2 million for the property to build it new, plus 300,000 to be sitting on those 7 acres. So 2,300,000. Are we done? No, because this property that we have been tasked with figuring the value of is not new. We need to make a significant adjustment to that $2 million to build it new estimate. What do we need to do to it? Sort of like when you're buying that old car. How much is a brand new Corvette? Now, how much is a Corvette that's 10 years old? It's got wear and tear. Yeah. Figure that depreciation. You got it. Depreciation is the key word in the cost approach. You need to depreciate the cost of the improvement. So we ignore the 300,000 for the land value, and we focus on the 2 million for the property structure to build the building. We need to depreciate that $2 million estimated amount. What would it be worth today? And that's going to involve decreasing a significant amount of dollars from that. So maybe we say, okay, it'd be worth $1.1 million, because it's in such bad disrepair. 1.1 million is after the depreciation has been factored in. Now let's add the 300,000 for the land back to that, and we're at $1.4 million using the cost approach. And that's essentially what they're doing. An appraiser. You are probably not going to, unless you really specialize in commercial, you're not going to see this anytime soon. There it is. Okay. So we're using that principle of substitution because we're saying new construction, now we depreciate. And here are those steps. Figure out the land value, because land can't be depreciated. We can't depreciate the portion that the land is worth, because land doesn't depreciate. Figure out the cost of building the new thing, depreciate that cost, deduct it from the cost to build it new, and then add the land back in. And now we have that estimate of value using the cost approach. Another couple of terms to keep in mind with this is, depending on the type of property, you might have reproduction cost compared to replacement cost. And they are different, quite different in their estimations. So it makes me think of historic property. Reproduction cost would be, I need to put a new front door on this historic house. Do I get to go to Lowe's and buy a $300 steel door off the rack? The historic zoning of my historical property and that board of historic zoning folks are not going to be happy about that. And it's a violation. I would get in trouble. I'd be fined, because I can't just put any old door. Because I chose to buy a house in the historic district, I also have to agree to maintain it in its historically accurate condition. And so if I need to put a new front door on it, I'm going to have to go to a custom woodworker and have a reproduction quality door made, which is, guess what? More than $300. Reproduction cost is more than replacement cost. Replacement just means function. Does it work? Is it a door? Yeah? Okay. So reproduction, exact replica at current prices. Replacement, the most commonly used, whatever it takes to shut and lock doors, windows, whatever it may be, using modern materials and methods. So just vocabulary to be aware of there. Serves the same function. Here's an example that should be in your book of that cost approach. And we have the top line here. The land valuation has been estimated at $27,000. You can see right there, upper right. The site improvements are going to be added to that. So like driveway, landscaping, sidewalks. There we go. And all that adds up to $35,000 for the land portion that can't be depreciated. Now we're going to estimate the cost to build the building, 1,500 square feet at $65 a square foot, based on your research of how much it costs to build a new building. That comes out to $97,500. And that is what we will depreciate. We need to subtract dollars from 97.5 to allow for the fact that there is some curable depreciation involving painting. It needs to be painted on the outside, $4,000 for that. Some incurable depreciation, which means structural deterioration. It's going to cost more to do it than it's probably worth. 97.50. Functional obsolescence, things like that that are no longer what you find out there in the market, and they're just kind of obsolete. $2,000 for that. All of those line items, those three things, add up to 1,500 and 15,750, and that's the depreciation I'm talking about. So we've depreciated for those things. We're going to subtract those things from the 97.5 and add that 35 to the 81,750 to get our final number of 116,750 using the cost approach. So you see the steps, the 5 steps were there. We set the land aside in the very first line. We figured the cost to build it new using $1 per square foot times the square feet. That's one of a couple of different methods we could have used. Then we subtracted out for the depreciation. Then we added the land back in. That's it. So an appraiser is going to, if at all possible, do all 3 methods: the cost approach, the sales comparison method, and the income method we'll learn next. And depending on which of those methods is what the type of property is, they will put more weight on that particular method. So if the property in question is a old school government building, church, something that the cost approach is best suited for, then this estimate of 116 is what they will use more closely. They might have done a sales comparison method of this structure and come out with a valuation estimate of 106,000. Using the sales comparison method, 106. Using the cost approach, 116. Using the income approach, maybe 110. But it's really going to carry more weight that it's indeed the type of property that the cost approach is designed for. And so we're going to lean a lot closer to the 116 estimate than those other 2 numbers. How do we figure out this cost to build it new? In this example, they used $1 per square foot method, but there could be others. The $1 per square foot there at the bottom, as you can see, appraisers tend to use it. There are 2 other methods, the quantity survey and the unit in place. Quantity survey just means how much is it going to cost to buy every nail in 2x4? And then how much will it cost to put it all together for labor? That's the quantity survey method. That probably involves a lot of figuring, right? The unit in place method reminds me of a modular home. It says how much does it cost to build a foundation, to build the walls, to build the roof, to put in the systems, electrical, plumbing, the chunks. Like think of it not in terms of 2x4s, nails at every single nail, but the different components of a structure. That's the unit in place method. But what we saw just now and what appraisers tend to use is how much does it cost per square foot to build a new church, a new school, a new government building. So just a more vocabulary to be aware of. Some depreciation terms that you need to be familiar with. Physical deterioration. Are repairs physically possible and worth it? Worth it to bother spending the money? So curable means things like new roof. It's curable. It's fixable. You can put a new roof on it and you've fixed the problem. You can paint it. Those are curable. Routine maintenance is another curable item. Incurable means it's not worth the money. It's almost impossible to do. It's going to cost more than the property would ever be worth to fix and replace maybe a load-bearing wall or foundation problems. You can have foundation cracks that end up being so enormous that it's just not even worth it. It's cheaper just to knock the whole thing down and build it from scratch. So that would be the determination of the appraiser. What's curable versus incurable? Is this a foundation problem that is incurable? That's what we're talking about in terms of physical deterioration items. So just be familiar with curable versus incurable. And then functional obsolescence, some sort of undesirable feature. Does anybody remember from the 70s, there were some houses that had like a sunken living room? You go in the main door and then you'd have to go down 2 steps into the living room. And it was kind of cool because it made for a bigger ceiling because you went down. You familiar with that idea? I would call that sort of almost functional obsolescence because today it's not as desirable of a feature. We're not really impressed by that. In fact, when I see it, I'm like, oh, brother, that means we can't market it to people that want a single level. It's basically a single level with an annoying 2-step down section of the house. So goodbye disabled people with wheelchairs. They're not going to want it. Goodbye elderly people with balance issues. They're not going to want it. So I would give that as an example that I might run across today. And that's okay. There's still other buyers maybe that would like it enough to be worthwhile. But in terms of valuing it, I would give more value on a traditional single level with completely flat floors all the way through than I would something with a sunken living room. So outdated fixtures, plumbing, room conversions, all that stuff is fixable or curable. You can put in new Lowe's fixtures. But incurable, things like it's a 5-bedroom house with only 1 bathroom. That's not going to appeal to a lot of people. The question you're going to get as a listing agent is, where could we put a bathroom? So you may as well go ahead and get some estimates because you know you're going to get that question. Some people are going to say, could you sacrifice one of the 5 bedrooms for a bathroom? Maybe you would want to. 4-bedroom and 2-bath probably is more attractive than 5-bedroom, 1-bath. Is it curable or not? How much is it going to cost to do all that? Is it situated in such a way that you'd have to build a foundation and a roof off the side of the house to put that extra bathroom? Or could you convert something? So it depends on the feasibility of doing the item that makes it incurable or not. Or the next example, no air conditioning in the property because it would be too expensive to run the ductwork to put air conditioning because maybe the ceilings are too low, the attic space is too prohibitive. My attic is great to walk on top of, but not so great to walk inside of because it's only maybe 2 to 3 feet of clearance. It's a traditional 70s ranch kind of roof, nice low roof, but you got to crawl to get up through there. And I've had to do it here recently for various maintenance issues. Economic depreciation is always incurable. That last one, number 3, because it has nothing to do with the property except something down the road is affecting it. You can't fix it because you can't go on that other property and get rid of it. So it might be a pollution or noise generation kind of situation. The landfill would be economic depreciation. You can't close it down. It's down the road from your property. It's outside of the control. It's always incurable. I could see that being a test question. Which type of depreciation is always incurable? Economic depreciation. It affects your economics, but it's outside of your control as a property owner to do anything about. So what 2 things cannot be depreciated? What are 2 things that we cannot depreciate? Land is one of them. I don't think officially identify it, but the other one is personal residences. Why? Because we don't use the cost approach for personal residences. We're going to use the sales comparison method for that. Therefore, depreciation is just something we use in the cost approach. We don't use depreciation in the sales comparison method. So land and your personal residence do not get depreciated. Couple things about depreciation. Most appraisers, when they need to calculate depreciation, will use something called the breakdown method. The older the building, the harder it is to estimate depreciation, the more work you're having to do to allow for all that extra depreciation. So the easiest method is the age life method, using something called the effective age of a building. Effective age versus actual age. Effective age is like, for me as a human, my chronological actual age is 51 years old. My effective age that I feel like I am in terms of my health, 71. I feel like my effective, maybe not quite that bad. Maybe actually the other way, if I'm not joking. Maybe 45. Maybe I'm effectively 45, but chronologically 51. So what would affect a building's effective age? New roof, new heating and air, updated kitchen. So it might be 30 years old, but because it's got all that new stuff, because some investor flipped it, came in and did all this Joanna Gaines flipping kind of stuff, and you walk through it and it's gray and gorgeous and all these new carpets and paints everywhere, its effective age might be like brand new or at least 5 years old because the structure is still old, but its chronological age is 30. That's what we're talking about. So effective age of a building plus its economic or useful life, how long should it probably last in light of the new stuff that's gone into it? How long is all that new roof, that new heating and air system, all that stuff, how long will that last and give it as life? The straight line method is the cost of the asset itself depreciated evenly over that useful life estimation. Because depreciation is assumed to occur evenly over its economic life. It's going to depreciate not a little bit and then a lot. It's going to depreciate evenly over time. So annual depreciation would be the cost of the property divided by the number of years of that estimated economic life. How many years is the economic life? Divide the cost of the property by that number of years, and that is the annual depreciation amount. The appraiser always states the chronological age, but the effective age will be referenced as well. They'll say it's officially 30 years old, but based on what I've seen and the level of upgrades, its effective age is this. And the cost approach, again, for churches, schools, libraries, public hospitals, it's not income-producing property that we use the cost approach for. We do not use it for income-producing property like duplexes that you're renting out, apartment buildings, office buildings that you rent out. There's another method for that we're going to talk about next called the income approach. These are about non-income-producing unique properties. That's why it needs its own method called the cost approach to determine its value. Here's another side note, little interesting thing that could be a test question. Out of the three methods, cost approach, income approach, and sales comparison method, the cost approach will result in the highest estimation of value. Why? Because you're literally figuring out what it would cost to build it new, and you're depreciating that number. So it's a lot more bells and whistles and calculations going on. So cost approach is going to be the highest value of the three. Finally, for you investor wannabes out there or investor alreadys, here's how you figure out the value of an income producing property, because you might not care as much how pretty it is on the outside as long as it can be regularly and consistently rented out to bring you that passive income. So, income capitalization approach, shortened it to call it the income approach. It's based on the present worth of future rights to income. Over the time you're going to own it, you're going to buy it today and own it for however long, what's it going to be worth to you, and how much does that mean it's worth today? Because it's potentially worth all that cash flow later. And so the income that property generates controls the value of the property. We could be talking about apartments, motels, hotels, office buildings, rental homes, shopping centers, anything that's income producing. And it comes down to this formula. Don't freak out. You need to understand more the relationship of these items than anything else. We're not getting super deep into calculations if this is something that excites you, once you get your license, I'd say go ahead and work on the CCIM designation for commercial realtors, because that shows you about this stuff. It teaches you about valuating income property, commercial property valuing. But for your purposes, you just need to know the relationship of the gross income that you could possibly earn in a year and how that can reduce down and give you an estimation of the net operating income. And so it's just like your life, your personal checking account in the business that is you, the human. Think of that. Think of a rental property as just its own little business, its own little fishbowl business. So a duplex that you rent out both sides of, you don't live there, but you're renting it out. It's 2 units attached, right? Connected together. And you rent them for each side $1,000 a month. What's the gross potential income of that duplex per year? If you were to rent both sides, pulling up the calculator here. What could we expect to get if we kept them both rented all year long? Here we go. And so I think I said a duplex, and we've got 1,000 on this side and 1,000 on this side, and both of those together is $2,000, and they never stop paying the rent. They never leave you vacant. And so $2,000 a month times 12 months, $24,000 would be your gross income. What's wrong with that statement? What's wrong with this estimate? Life, humans are involved. And so it would be nice if they never left you early, if they never had to be evicted, if they always paid their rent on time. But that GI, gross potential income of $24,000 for the whole year, is not perfect, because people aren't perfect. Now we need to allow for vacancy. We need to allow a dollar amount estimate for the fact that maybe one of those 2 sides is going to be empty for a couple months because somebody got arrested and taken off to jail. And now you got an empty unit and you got to put a new person in there. Can you put a new one in there quickly? Maybe, maybe not. But whatever the case is, for whatever reason, maybe there is a 5% vacancy rate as your estimate. Vacancy / collections, because you might have somebody who's still in there, but they're paying a little slow, and you got to pay extra to send them to collections to get your money, or at least some of your money. So calculating a 5% vacancy of what? 5% of what? 5% of the possible total. So, okay, if it's a 5% vacancy, what's the opposite of vacancy? What's the opposite of empty? Full or occupancy. So 5% vacancy means 95% occupancy. So you could think about it either way. And it's just easier for the math. One less step if you think about it in terms of occupancy, because then we can say 24,000 for the year times 95%. I'm not getting 24,000 for the year. I need to allow for humans to be jerks. And so therefore, if we take out that 5%, that brings us to 22,800 for the year. When we do that, this number is called the effective income. We've just allowed for humanity, vacancy, essentially. Now, what else is real? You're a room full of adults. What was that rude awakening when you became an adult and had to go out on your own? Some of you probably had to do it a lot sooner than others. My wife figured this out at 16. She went and got a real job and she paid the bills. What are those bill things that I speak of? That's the next thing. Expenses, operating expenses. So if we boil this down to a property instead of a human, operating expenses like water, power, maybe management costs. Maybe it's a bigger property that needs an on-site manager and you got to pay somebody, maybe a maintenance person, maybe to repave the driveway, repairs. Oops. Wow, that was fun. How did I disappear all that stuff at the same time? Maintenance. Anything. Taxes, you're right. Somebody had that. All the stuff that makes being an adult not so fun. We can do what we want to do, make our own decisions, but we got to pay these bills, and that's what spoils it. So if we subtract out, I don't know, let's say $5,000 a year for that sort of thing, now we're down to what? $17,800 for the year for this investment property. And this is the number that's called NOI. Anybody heard of that abbreviation? Investors use it a lot. Net operating income. The investor's not as impressed by this number, just like you're not impressed when some agent, as you get in the business, you'll find these same things amusing. You'll see agents that are bragging a lot, and the agent will say, I sold $5 million last year. And the general public probably thinks, oh, wow, that's a millionaire. They made $5 million last year. No, they sold $5 million last year. That means $5 million in real estate, which is not bad. If you made 3%, then selling $1 million means $30,000 before you're split with your firm. So that's $150,000 before you're split with your firm if you charge 3% per sale. And so once you reduce all the stuff and back out those pesky expenses, to me, I'm like, don't brag about what you sold. Brag about how much you kept. That tells me much more about what a good business person you are. I would rather not have a team of 10 agents selling 10 million compared to be by myself, maybe me and an assistant selling 10 million. Why? Because the overhead. I'm keeping a whole lot more. Selling the same. In fact, I would rather sell 2 million with me and an assistant than sell 10 million with a whole team of 15, because they might net a whole lot less than me. And so it's not as impressive to an investor what your gross potential income is as it is what happens after all those expenses are factored out for vacancy and for operating expenses. Even the vacancy itself, they might say, well, 5% vacancy, I bet I can do better than that. I bet I can make sure we have better tenants. Maybe the current owner wasn't good at picking good people that are going to actually pay the rent. And maybe they were just kind of lazy. Maybe they had a property manager whose fault it was that wasn't doing a good enough job. Maybe I could back that vacancy down to a 3% vacancy. So net operating income is a much more realistic idea of what this property is worth. Here it is, pretty form. Oh, let me share it with you. In the slides, gross income is the amount collected with 100% occupancy. Take out for the vacancy rate to get the effective gross income. People paying the bills, actually being there the whole time. And then subtract out for operating expenses, taxes, insurance, repairs, management, utilities, reserves. Here's an important distinction. In that category of operating expenses, that does not include the mortgage payment. Or, as we called it in a different way, debt service. It doesn't matter what kind of loan you get. When you're calculating net operating income, the loan is not in the picture. Because the appraiser is going to say, I don't care about your choice of either to own it free and clear by paying cash or choosing to have a loan. The net operating income should be free of that particular issue. We want to be able to compare apples to apples, building to building, property to property. And so one owner of a comparable that sold down the street might have owned it free and clear cash. And so we don't need that cluttering up this net operating income number. Another one might have chosen instead to use the leverage and borrow money to other people's money to buy this asset for themselves to generate wealth. Great question. Somebody asked privately, what is capitalization rate? And that is absolutely a part of this material. Let's look at how that comes into the picture. So With all of this stuff, that leaves us with net operating income, which is the income left in your pocket after the expenses have been paid. You also want to know what your cash flow would be. And the cash flow is going to be the next step down. If you subtract out for a house payment or a property payment, financing, what's left would be your cash flow. If you don't have one, if you're planning to use all of grandma's money she left you to pay cash for this thing, then cash flow is the same as net operating income. But I think most investors probably are going to borrow money to some degree because it's just smart to leverage other people's money. You get to earn things a little faster that way. So just know the difference between net operating income and cash flow is the mortgage payment. That's all it is. But let's focus on net operating income for a minute. Here it is. Why are mortgage expenses or debt service not included in the operating expenses? Because appraisers assume a cash purchase. So mortgage expenses aren't relevant to this particular item called net operating income. This thing called the cap rate, it's sort of like, it's just a reference of what's the value of this investment. And there's a relationship between the net operating income and the price that it's worth, the value that the property is worth, and it's related using the cap rate. There's a T formula I'll show you in just a moment that combines those three factors or variables together. So capitalization rate, just think of it like your return on investment. If you were to put your money in a 401k or a random single stock, Apple or Tesla, what's the rate of return? That's something you can find out. You can do a little research and find that out. If you chose to put your money in a savings account because you're scared of the stock market and you just want the most risk averse possible place to park your money, what's the rate of return for a savings account? A lot less than the cost of inflation. So you're really losing money probably if you put too much money parked in a savings account. What are we talking, 1% to 2%? If you park it in a savings account, if you put it in a reasonably safe investment, I think what the rate of return that a lot of investors are kind of shooting for is around 8 to 10% with a moderate amount of risk. Something that they know something about, hopefully, something they can sort of control. You might get super aggressive and try for 20%, but you better know what you're doing, right? Because you might lose it. Cap rate is just sort of that. Let's see how it relates. It's the yield an investor expects for the investment of capital into this type of building, what they expect to get out of it. The yield, we saw yield before. Investor yield when it came to a discount point, how much the investor given the money wanted to get, and you had to buy certain discount points. I'll show you a problem related to that later. So the rate that enables an investor to get a reasonable return. How do we determine what the capitalization rate is? Research. An appraiser is going to estimate the cap rate by looking at similar properties that have sold. So an appraiser is going to say, well, let's look at what the relationship is first. It's this. For you line item algebra people that don't like the T formula, the capitalization rate is determined by taking the net operating income number that you get by looking at the financial documents. Because if you're going to make an offer on a property for sale, you're going to say, hey, seller, listing agent, give me the financials. Give me paperwork showing the vacancy rate and the expenses, so I can see what the net operating income is. And you're going to divide that by the sale price. So an appraiser would look at buildings like this that have sold, use the net operating income for those buildings and divide it by what each one sold for. That is what the cap rate is. For those of you thirsty for a T formula, I like to look at it this way myself. The NOI, net operating income, goes on top, and the cap rate multiplied by the value that it's worth goes on the bottom. I probably should put the rate on the other side. Not that it matters in the calculation, but we've always put the rate on that right side. But notice here, it's just like all those other T formulas. There's a big number on the bottom multiplied by some sort of a rate to get a smaller number on top. And so in real life, an appraiser would do their research, look up sold properties, apartment buildings like this subject property, and they'd say, what were the NOI, net operating incomes of each of those? Okay, building A, comparable A, NOI was $300,000 divided by what it sold for. It sold for $1 million. So what's $300,000 divided by $1 million? 0.3. So the cap rate is 0.3. Cap rates depend on the type of property. So if it's an office building, you might be looking at a cap rate depending on the city, location, and type of property. So a cap rate for an industrial property where they maybe make asphalt, pretty messy, pretty smelly, different than the cap rate for an office complex where people go in and put in their 8 hours and come and go. And they're not in the same part of town either, right? They're probably split apart. One's on the side of town that you can put ugly, noisy things on. The other is kind of near the conveniences of commercial districts, maybe near some restaurants and shops. So a cap rate is going to depend on the type of property you're dealing with in terms of office, big office buildings, multiple stories, smaller office buildings, office parks, commercial, industrial, agricultural. Anything that's a rental property, investment property, has a certain cap rate that it tends toward. When I taught post licensing before, I had a guy that I found on YouTube. He's a commercial broker, and I owe you a break. And he would guest speak for us. He'd call in on the Zoom call and he would talk. And he specialized in Atlanta with office complexes. And I asked him, what is the typical cap rate that you tend to deal with on those properties? Because a lot of commercial people tend to specialize in a certain niche of commercial. You don't find a lot of commercial people that are just blanket generic across the board, everything. They eventually pick something they get real good at and they stick to that. And so his was office complexes. And he said, I think if I recall, he said between, I think like 6 and 7% as a cap rate. But there might be others that are 10%. So the appraiser is just going to look at those ones that have sold and compare, do the math, and figure out what is a cap rate for the recent ones that have sold of this type of property. That's how they'll figure out a cap rate. Then they'll use that cap rate average, and they will use it to figure out the value of the subject property by plugging it into the same formula. Now that we know what the cap rate tends to be for properties like this, say it's 7% cap rate, and we know the subject property has a net operating income because we looked at the financials, an NOI of $250,000. What are we going to do to calculate what it's probably worth? We're going to plug that NOI of $250,000 on top, and we're going to divide it by the 7% cap rate. And that reveals a $3.5 million market value. And so the appraiser says, okay, this property should be somewhere worth around $3.5 million based on that cap rate of 7% that I estimated looking at similar ones that have sold, and based on the NOI that I learned from looking at the financial documents that showed the operating expenses and the vacancy rate and how much it would cost at the current rental amounts they're charging to rent the whole thing out, 100% rented. When we come back from break, we'll look at more examples of this. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. let's look at a couple things here talking about this capitalization rate concept. If we had, first of all, tell me again as a review, how do we get to NOI? How do we get to this NOI, net operating income number? What does it take to end up with a net operating income? We start out with a what? Tell me in the chat. What are we looking for in the problem or in real life that we need to start with? Yeah, gross income. Like what? So like if it's a 100-unit apartment building, it's 100 units here, and each unit rents for, let's keep it simple, $2,000 a piece. How much is that per month for the entire building? If we could get away with renting the entire building out with no vacancies, $2,000 per unit times 100 units, $200,000 per month. Gross income. But we need this to be annualized. So we need to know how much it is per year. So how do we get that? 200,000 per month is what per year? We're going the opposite direction than we were previously with taxes and stuff for prorating for closing math. Now we're multiplying instead of dividing. So we're just going to multiply that by 12 months. And we're talking about a gross income of $2,400,000. Who's with me? Who wants to join me and collect and enjoy getting $2.4 million from our 100-unit apartment building? Are we going to partner up in this thing? Well, that will be nice, but the vacancy rate of this apartment building is 3%. And if the vacancy rate is 3%, then for those of you who like simple math, more steps, but you get the concept easier, 2.4 million times 3% is $72,000. So we would need to subtract that from the 2.4 million to see how much we're going to be left with, because people aren't going to pay their bills, that people are going to be having to be evicted. And so it's not going to be all perfect like the salesman promised. So that means the effective income after allowing for the vacancy is 2.328. And I just calculated what is 3% of 2.4 and then subtracted that number, the 72, from the 2.4 million. Some of you were impatient while I did that, and you said, well, 3% means 97%, so let's just say 2.4 million times 97% and be done with the calculation all in one. And that's fine too. Pick one, do it that way. Doesn't matter which. Whatever keeps your brain from getting confused. It's just like a half a second difference in time saved, right? Now that we have our effective income for this particular property, what do we need to subtract next? What type of thing, what line item do we need to subtract next? The cost to operate this thing. But what do those operating expenses not include? Everything except the mortgage. Perfect. You got it. Great. You got it. So we're at effective gross income of 2.3 million per year. Let's say the operating expenses are 30,000 for the year. I don't know. Let's just say that. We're going to subtract it. And that brings us to $2.298 million, also known as NOI. Net operating income is $2.298 million. Okay with that? What if, because we know what we're doing and we're experts in this particular type of property, 100-unit apartment buildings, in our research, we discover that the cap rate, let's say cap rates range from 7 to 7.5%. And we're going to go with, for whatever reason, we're going to say, let's just pick based on our educated opinion and research, let's go with a 7.25% cap rate. If we have a cap rate and we have an NOI, can we figure out an approximation of the market value of this property? Yeah, because we know our T formula. NOI on top, market value on the bottom multiplied by the cap rate on the bottom. And so if we take that 298 million number up top and divide it by the 7.25%, put in 7.25 and hit the percent key so it goes into the decimal you need it to be in, that gives us an approximate market value of $31,696,551. So how is that useful? $36 million. What are they asking for it? This is a property you're considering buying, and they're asking $30 million for it. Are you intrigued? You a little more interested in buying it? Because it looks like for some reason they are undervaluing it. You might get it for less than it's worth. Good for you. Or the other end, what if they're asking $40 million for it? Based on your research using the cap rate that you've determined and the NOI that you got from their financial statements that they shared with you, and they're asking 40, best you can come up with is it's worth about 31, 32. So you might be less excited about buying this property, or you might give them an offer much more like this than that. You might even give them a lower offer than you were going to make up for the fact that they are so apparently inflated on their asking price, just to give more room to negotiate to. That's how you use it in the world. That's why cap rate and the relationship between it and net operating income matters. Okay, what if instead of a cap rate of 7.25, let's say the cap rate was instead 6% instead of 7.25%. We're going to lower the cap rate. For whatever reason, we determined it's lower than what we thought. Let's see what that does to the market value. What are your guesses? What do you think? It's going to be the same net operating income, but it's going to be a lower cap rate. Is that 31 million going to go up or down? What's your guess? Let's see about that. 2.298 million divided by 6%. Oh, look. Most of you got it. Everybody got it who guessed. It went up to 38 million. So what does that mean? The lower the cap rate, the higher the market value. Guess what? That's true of any T formula. The lower the rate, the higher that other number on the bottom of the T formula. But in this situation, it kind of makes a little more sense. It's something you can actually do something with that matters, right? So if you're wrong on your estimate of cap rate, it could be a big deal. You want to make sure that you can figure out what those cap rates are for the ones that have sold and have a much more accurate idea. It might be that what else could affect the value of the property? What if the cap rate is the same, but the net operating income goes up? Instead of 2.298, let's say we can get that net operating income up to 2.5. What's going to happen to the market value if we can somehow improve and decrease our operating expenses, thereby keeping more money in the net operating income line? Is that going to help us? 2.5 million divided by the 7.25, the original cap rate. It's going to increase that market value, right? And you knew that already. You were just being very kind and patient with me. Hey, dummy. Yeah, of course. If you decrease your expenses, you're going to have a more valuable property. Because by decreasing your operating expenses, you're increasing how much you're left with and dividing that higher number by the same cap rate, you're going to end up with a property that's more worth more. So it might be that you're thinking to yourself and as an investor, well, I think their operating expenses are ridiculous. I'm much better at that sort of thing. I've got somebody already that could be a good manager, and I can fire the manager that they're using and put my person in, and I've got my own maintenance and housekeeping. That's another expense. We could probably save some money with housekeeping. All that sort of thing is going to be the conversation between you and your partners to figure out how can we make this a better property. Not to speak of the fact that up here we could maybe do better with the gross income. We could raise the rents. Rents haven't been raised in 2 years. We buy this property, we adjust the rents a little bit. Doesn't have to be much, times 100 units. By the way, just a side note, what do you think is a healthy vacancy rate that an investor would prefer to have? What would be an attractive vacancy rate that an investor would like to see and be encouraged about the health of the investment property? May not be what you think. It is a trick question. What's a healthy vacancy rate? In a perfect world, if you could get it. That's what I was going for. I baited you. Because even in a perfect world, an investor probably doesn't want a 0 vacancy rate. Because why not? Because that would imply that maybe they're not asking enough rent. They want just enough people to not want to rent it to show them, my rents could be higher. If they have a 0% vacancy or even a 1%, if they could get it to maybe about a 4 or 5, 6% vacancy, that probably means that they're asking a little more in rent times 100 units. That's going to make it worth a significant amount more, right? So just a little side note, I don't know that they would test you on that, but in real life, some vacancy rate is better than none. Typically indicates a better, more healthy investment property in terms of bottom line income. Okay. So are we okay? How do we feel about capitalization rate? These are big words, many syllables, and it can be very intimidating, but I don't want that for you because it's really just this. And see, I made it colorful so it's not intimidating instead of like red and black. It's scary looking. Cool, but scary looking. But yeah, it's just if you think of it like just you as a single person paying your bills, right? What's your gross income? I don't know how you'd relate vacancy to a human, but the expenses, you're just keeping it simple, right? And then what are you left with? That's net operating income and how that relates to capitalization and market value. So as we found out on our own just now, and proved with math, as the capitalization rate goes up, the market value goes down. So we've got this gross income again, minus the vacancy or collections or delinquencies to get effective gross income, then subtract the operating expenses. That gives us this net operating income. And I call that sort of the vertical calculation, up top to bottom. Then the NOI is related to market value and cap rate. I call that the horizontal because we're going out to the side there. And depending on what you want to figure out, why would you want to use this formula NOI divided by market value equals cap rate? Why would you want to use it that way to determine cap rate when you're looking at things that have sold to figure out what the proper range of cap rate is for this type of property? Now that you've done that research and done that investigation, now that you have a range of cap rate values, you can turn around and apply it to the property you're thinking about buying or helping your client buy. And using that 8% cap rate that you estimated based on your research, you can apply it to this property NOI and say NOI divided by cap rate equals market value. And then decide, is their asking price more or less than that? Just one of several elements that you're going to consider in your decision to make an offer and for how much. If we keep going down on the vertical kind of calculation, we're going to change NOI to cash flow. Now we're going to say, okay, investor, whether it's you or your client, you want to, instead of paying cash, you want to put $500,000 down. Okay. And you're going to get a payment, and your payment's going to be $6,000 a month. I'm pulling from air here. That NOI number, our last problem was 2.298 per year. Subtract out the entire debt service payment, mortgage payment for the whole year, and that gives us cash flow. And then notice that cash flow has a horizontal component too. It's got its own little calculation that gives you the equity rate of return. What's your return? Like on a savings account, what's your return? 1.5%, maybe 1%, maybe 2% at Ally or something. One of those banks has a better than typical return. That's it. Cash flow versus equity return. It's another T formula. Cash flow on top divided by the original investment. How much did you pay for the property? Divide the cash flow by what you paid for the property to put in it. Original investment gives you that equity rate of return. Let's talk about a different way to analyze a property that's a lot faster but less accurate. Instead of that given formula we just looked at with NOIs and stuff, if we're just dealing with a small little rental property, little residential rental, you might want a quick way to figure out what it's probably worth. Are they overpriced or not? And so all you're going to do, it's called the gross rent multiplier method. You're going to need a gross rent multiplier number that you've figured out with research. And for your purposes in this class on the test, they'll give it to you. They'll give you 2 out of these 3 factors. They'll either give you the rent per month and the gross rent multiplier itself, and you'll multiply them together, and that'll tell you what the property is roughly worth. So if the gross rent multiplier is 26 and the monthly rent is $1,000, 1,000 times 26 is $26,000. That'd be the estimated value of the property, price of the property. That's it. That's all there is about gross rent multiplier method. Just know the relationship, the T formula to it, price on top, the amount of monthly rent times the gross rent multiplier number that they'll give you on the test question. Or they might give you the price and the monthly rent and ask you what the gross rent multiplier is. How much is the property? Say it's a duplex for $600,000. We'll put $600,000 on the top and divide it by the monthly rent of $2,100 per month. Gross rent multiplier of 285. When the appraiser has done each of those 3 approaches, we've talked about all 3 approaches now. The sales comparison method, the cost approach, and the income approach. The appraiser does all 3 if possible, comes up with a value for each one. And the last step in the appraiser's process is reconciling and saying, therefore, it's worth this. So when you see the word reconciliation, think therefore. I've looked at all the data, therefore, I'm estimating it to be worth such and such. It's analyzing and weighing the findings from those different approaches and then picking a number based on all of that stuff. Remember, though, if do it this way, keep our pretty math there. If you've done the sales comparison method, the appraiser has, and they've estimated that single family home, let's just say, to be worth $425,000 using the sales comparison method. They also used the cost approach, and that showed that it's worth $470,000. Then they also used the income approach and said, well, what if it was a rental, net operating income, cap rate for a property like this? How much would it be worth? And let's say they came up with $455,000. Here's a testable item. The appraiser will never average these 3. Don't average them. The appraiser is going to say, well, what kind of property is it? Is it an income property? Is it a single family home that's rented and the buyer wants to buy it to be a rental? Never lived there, but rent. Then they're going to give more weight to this value that they got using the income approach than they are the value they got using the sales comparison approach. So the bottom line number the appraiser is going to say it's worth is going to be closer to like the 450 range. Does that make sense? But if it's not an income property, and instead the buyer's going to be buying it to live there, the appraiser is going to come much closer to this number, weighted. They're going to weight. Like if this were 3 marbles on a stretched piece of rubber and you push down harder on this marble and then put another marble there, it's going to gravitate toward and roll toward that lower. That's a weird example. I don't know why I was thinking of that. But I'm thinking of things that have to do with weight, right? So if it's going to be used to own or occupy, not rent but live there, then the appraiser's final value number is going to be closer to 425. They would never add the 3 up and divide by 3. It won't be an average. It won't be a median. It won't be a mean, those of you who've taken a stats course. And then if it's a weird, unique property, then they will use the cost approach number. They got using the cost approach. So it depends on the type of property as to which of these 3. It's not going to be an average situation. They may or may not. The appraiser in real life might not use all 3 methods. They might say, well, it's not an income property. They don't even let you rent houses in this neighborhood. So it's either this or this. To build it new and depreciate the property but not the land and all that was this. But it's being used to live in, so therefore it's going to be a number much closer to that end of the spectrum. So the testable thing here is that you never average. The appraiser won't average those things. And that's what they mean by more weight is given to the most appropriate method for the given subject property. So remember that first step in the appraisal process from last week was to define the appraisal problem. Why am I doing this, the appraiser says? Am I appraising it to refinance the property? By the way, if you ever talk to somebody and they say, I had it appraised just last month, your next question should be, what was that for? Was that for selling it or for getting a refi? Because an appraisal for a refinance has nothing to do with an appraisal for selling it on the open market. That lender, think about it. What is the lender doing when they require an appraisal? They just want to know their money that they're loaning you is protected. And that if worst case happened and they had to take the property back in foreclosure, would they get the money they've loaned you back? Recover it. And so if you're refinancing, all they're worried about is the amount you're refinancing for, which is worth probably quite a bit less as a loan amount than the property's worth potentially. So they don't really care that it's an appraisal that comes in at what it would appraise for if somebody were buying it. All they're worried about is protecting their loan amount. So a refi appraisal is not good enough. If the owner says to you, and you're going to a listing appointment, it appraised for $600. Therefore, I think we should get such and such. You're going to say, well, I can appreciate your goals there, but let's take a look at what the current sales data reflects. Because an appraisal for any other reason than just a full out sale isn't going to be helpful to us. And you'll look at the comps. Plus, not to speak of the fact that an appraisal from last month or last year is irrelevant anyway, because it's only good for the day it's printed while the paper's still warm, basically, right? Because more comps have come up in the meantime. First step in the appraisal process, define the problem. What is happening? It's a resale, it's a refi. The last step is that reconciliation, looking at the various 3 methods, picking one to weight toward depending on the type of property it is. Okay, just looking ahead here. So in this case, you've got a big old problem here with a whole bunch of numbers talked about. In the top, they're saying what their subject property has: 3-bedroom, 2-bath, half an acre, built in 68, 2-car garage, and a sunroom. And your first inclination is to start writing things down and keeping track and figuring out what is all that worth. Then it says the best comparable property was what? 3 bedrooms, same thing. Okay. 2.5 baths. Okay. Superior in baths. 1/2 acre lot. That's the same thing. Double car garage and no sunroom. So it's different because of the bathrooms and the sunroom. Current sales data indicates the values of those various things, but don't stop and start calculating there. Read through the whole thing, even through the answer choices, because what you'll find is the correct adjustment would be what? You didn't even have to add up any of those numbers, because the 4 answer choices are all with $42,000 being utilized. You just need to know, am I going to add it or subtract it, and from which property, subject or comparable? So be careful. I could see myself going to great effort and time saying, okay, a bedroom, nope, bath, okay, 6, and starting to calculate. And then I realized, oh, son of a gun, I didn't have to do any of that. So just watch and find out what the question's asking. Test taking skills, right? See what they're asking for. You may not have to do any math. So all they want to know is the amounts all add up to 42,000. That's just a given because those are the only answer choices you've got. What they're asking is, are you going to add or subtract from what? And so you already know we're never adding or subtracting from the subject property. And so 2 of the answer choices involve that. So we can knock out 2, get it down to a 50-50. It's one of 2 things. It's either 2 or 4, because those involve adding or subtracting from the comparable instead of the subject. Next question is the comparable superior or inferior to the subject? And so the comparable has more baths and no sunroom. So you're going to have to see how much are those 2 things worth, really. The bath is worth $6,000. It's off by half a bath. So given this information, we just have to assume a half a bath is $3,000, and then a sunroom is $45,000. So that's, well, I guess, yeah, $3,000 for the bath that's superior and $45,000 for the sunroom that's inferior. That's a $42,000 adjustment. And we're going to do what? The biggest chunk of that is the sunroom that the comparable doesn't have. So here's our subject, here's our comparable. It's inferior. We need to add to it. So that should be number 4. Adding that 42,000. That makes sense? So you didn't need to do all of these numbers, but you had to incorporate a couple of them. Broker Billy has a listing appointment for 3,600 square feet on a 2-acre lot. The home is on the main channel of the lake, has some stuff and a boat dock and blah, blah, blah. There's a comp that matches with more square feet and same bedrooms, more bathrooms, sold for $2.2 million. The recently sold home is also lakefront with a boat dock, no boat lift, 3-car garage, and a brick exterior. The correct adjustment would be what? Take a second, use your scratch paper, and tell me what you think might need to be adjusted there. Sorry about that. What do we think? That one's a little more involved. I went down and just made a list. And I said the subject property had 3,600 feet. The comp had 3,800 feet. How do we adjust for that one thing by itself? We're going to subtract from the comp because it's bigger. It's superior, therefore we need to bring it down to the level of the subject. So we're going to subtract some dollar amount that makes up for that square footage difference. The bedrooms are the same. We don't need to do anything with those. The bathrooms are different. 3.5 for the subject, 4 for the comp. Therefore, another subtraction for however much a bathroom is worth. Because they're not giving us dollar amounts in this question. We just need to know what to do if we were to have the dollar amount. So we're subtracting for square feet, subtracting for bath. Is there a boat lift? The subject, yes. The comp, no. Therefore, we need to add a lift to whatever the comparable sold for. So we're going to add dollars for the lift. And then there is, they would give you guidance. I just put it in, but they would tell you if you need to know cedar versus brick. The brick is worth more. So it would be another subtraction for the siding. So let's find an answer choice that matches up with that the best. A lot of you are saying number 3. Subtracting the square feet, yep, that matches up. Subtract the bathroom, that also matches up. And that's the only option they're talking about. So they didn't give us more than that, and that fits. And so we know we need to subtract the square feet. So anything that like the number 2 wouldn't work because it's adding. We're not adding. What about number 1? Are we adding for the bathroom? No, we're subtracting for the bathroom. That can't be right. Then number 4, subtract the value of the boat lift. Nope, we need to add for the value of the boat lift, so that can't be it. So it's just that process of elimination. Somebody asked about the last problem. They said, why wouldn't you subtract from the comparable on the last question? Is it because it didn't have the sunroom? So, since I didn't write it out, let's do that. The proper way to do it would be, let's see, same thing. We could say subject and comparable and the differences. The bathroom was a difference and the sunroom was a difference. The bathroom was different because it was 2 versus 2.5, and the sunroom was yes on the subject, no on the comparable. And so how do we adjust the bathrooms? We're going to subtract the value of a bath, in this case $3,000. And then the sunroom is worth $45,000. We need to add that. And then what does that mean? 45 minus 3 is going to be a net of 42. And so we need to add 42,000 to the sale price of that comparable. Kind of the logic, the written out version of it. Does that help? So scratch paper is going to be important in this kind of problem. Got a couple things here. Just want to make sure I covered everything. I think I did. I think we're okay. License law. Remember, we as brokers are responsible for a written market analysis to our clients, even buyers, both buyers and sellers. So for sellers, obvious, you need to do it to figure out what to ask for the property. But even for your buyers, because it might be that that listing agent on the house they want to buy doesn't know what they're doing, or just put whatever price the seller would require of them to win the listing. And so you need to verify that it's even worth what they're asking and figure out what to make the offer with or for based on your knowledge and estimation of what it's worth. I've done this research for my buyer and realized they are overpriced. and that affects what we were going to offer, right? It would be incorrect. Sometimes consumers don't know. They're just thinking about cars and shoes and baseball cards and stuff, but they'll say, well, isn't it just like a standard percentage off the asking price that you should offer? No, because it could be that their asking price is complete fiction. And that's going to make you pay more than you should. So it doesn't work to do it that way. It's not as simple as that, as much as they would like for it to be. And sometimes listing agents and sellers, when you're negotiating back and forth, they'll say, well, I came off my asking price by 20%. And you're like, well, you were overpriced, so that doesn't really count. You never should have been asking that much. So your 20% is nonsense and irrelevant. You don't say that way, but doesn't matter. So you got to do a CMA. The Real Estate Commission says, as a buyer agent, just as important as a listing agent. Appraisers give value. We give selling price. It's an opinion, whether it's an appraisal or a broker, either one. It's always an opinion based on hopefully educated decisions, but it's not science. It's more art form. And then we do the CMA typically for free because it's part of the many, many things we do for a listing. But we do a BPO, a broker price opinion, for compensation possibly, because it's a customer, not a client. It's somebody that's just all they want from us is, how much do you say it's worth in your professional opinion? And I'll pay you $100 to tell me, maybe, hopefully. And that you as a provisional broker cannot do a BPO for money. You have to do it for free. But once you become non-provisional, then you can do it for money and make millions of dollars doing millions and millions of BPOs. Can't do a BPO for money for a lender if they're wanting it to make a loan. And then also if the law forbids anything other than, or requires an appraisal. If the law requires an appraisal for like an estate situation or some sort of a lawsuit situation, then the people involved can't cheap out and get a broker price opinion. They got to get a real out appraisal. Why are they resistant to doing that? It's more expensive to do an appraisal. It's going to cost them $500 or more, maybe more, maybe $2,000, as in the case of my property a few years ago. When I found out since it was a commercial property, they wanted $2,000 to do a land appraisal instead of $500 to do a house appraisal. And that's when I said, forget it. I'll just use the proceeds of the sale and pay off the loan, and you, Mr. Lender, can stop telling me what to do. So if that bank or lender asks you to do a BPO for money and you find out it's for making a loan, you got to refuse it. You have to say, nope, not allowed to do that. What about this? True or false? Knowing how to do a market analysis or BPO is not a big deal. Just glance at the market trends. Not that hard. No, you got to do the work. You got to show your work. Remember math class from high school? Show your work. Can't just put down a number and have that as proof in your files that you did the work. And then best practice, give them a range of value. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. And then when we come back, we'll finish up this chapter and get on into insurance and knock that one out. And then we'll get over into rental stuff. So I'll see you back here in 10.
I got a I got a program called Playground, and so I'm going to learn how to play the piano. I do not know how to play the piano. My doctor says good for my finger to learn how to play the piano, so I'm still doing rehab on my finger. So anyways, this is boot camp. This is lesson 4. Set, go. Nothing yet. There you go. Come on. One note is really cool. Let's see what one note is really cool. Let's see what the accuracy was. Come on. All right. Very. Turns out Quincy Jones, this is his program where this accuracy. Give it to me. 100%. Come on. Quick. That sounds like I feel like a winner. Keep practicing. What did I get? 99, 99? 97. I knew it was off on that. Working on it, man. Hard work. I gotta practice. Almost getting Benny in the Jets, but what are you gonna do, man? I'm trying.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Amy. Arrangement of notes that might be steps or skips or something. So in this case, listen to how it's different. We are kind of suspending the beat or displacing it in a way. So we're beginning that motive on those notes are happening on the ands, on the offbeats. What's the word? Syncopation. So we're sort of feeling a strong sound on a weak part of the beat. That's okay. It sounds, I mean, that's how the song goes, right? Measure 3 is 1, C, C, N. Into measure 4. Did you notice we kept that offbeat thing going? We had E and then D on the end of 1, C, stepping down the scale. There's one crossover that happens in measure 4. Can we check that out? We had placed thumb on C. We were still there. When we get to measure 4 and we need to continue stepping down the scale, we're going to cross 3 over the thumb. You might want to just practice that. Can you make sure that you're not using flat fingers? Can you make sure that you're not twisting with your entire arm or elbow? That thumb can stand tall and the rest of your hand just easily moves over it. Check that out. Make sure it's not going to be a stumbling point for you. Let's take those first 4 measures and see if we can get into some more of that rhythmic idea that we talked about. Here we go. 1 and 2 and. 1 and 2 and. 1 and 2 and. Hold and hold. Crossover. It's helpful that you know the song, right? You can kind of already hear how it's supposed to go. But if we're looking at this from a theory standpoint or a learning, how the music is built, let's go back and talk about counting just for a minute so that you can fully understand what you're doing to make it sound like it sounds.
If you see this chord here, C, E, G, that's called a C chord. If I happen to take this C and bring it up here, still C. Here's C, here's C. Now if I take the E and put it up here, still C. These are called inversions, meaning you're just changing the position, but they are the same notes. We call this one the root position because it's the main one. This we call the first inversion. You can hear it's the same notes. Second inversion. And then you're back to the root, first, second. So,
Wow, never thought I'd be learning theory from the Mike Garson, legendary with a whole bunch of different lessons. I'm gonna check out what he's talking chord. He used C in root position to start, then moved that C up here, That's our first inversion. Then he moved the E here. Inversion. Just move our G up and O exists.
Come on back together for me. Talk about one more thing in this chapter and we'll be done. We'll talk about profit and loss, because you might see that as a calculation. Pretty important to be able to calculate the profit or the loss. So, in your syllabus, in this chapter, you'll see this as another exercise. What is profit versus loss? Profit, obviously, what you're making. Loss, what you're losing. Hopefully, you're only ever making profit. And so the profit would be the sales price minus the cost. And that's what's left over is the profit. If the cost is more than the price, then what you're going to have to bring in order to close is going to be the loss, right? You're losing such and such because you've got to bring money in order to sell. We saw a lot of that in 2008, 9, and 10. Had to give a lot of bad news on listing appointments. Hey, seller, you owe $320,000, but it's only worth $300,000. Do you have $20,000 to bring to the closing table so that you can pay to sell your house? Oh, by the way, you need a little more because of my commission. Do you have $28,000 so that you can pay commission plus pay what you owe, which is you won't be having any money left over, right? And quite the opposite. So seller's cost must include the total amount paid by the seller, including the original price and any improvements made after the purchase, because percentages of profit or loss are percentages of the money invested. It's not just what you paid, it's what you paid and put in it for improvements. I doubt the test question will get too complicated, but let's look at this example. And let's look at the right side at the top there. If we have the sales price, the relationship of a T formula for sales price to the seller's cost gives you the percent of profit or loss. So a home being listed for $285,000 that sold for $275,000. They were asking $285,000, but they didn't get it. They only sold it for $275,000. But it gave the seller, even though they sold it for less, it gave the seller a 10% profit over their cost. Yeah, they didn't sell it for their list price of $285,000, but what they did sell it for was more than what they paid for it. So the question is, what was their cost? What did they pay plus put in it? And so we can use that right side formula to get that. What did they sell it for? Look in the lower right. They sold it for $275,000. They got a 10% profit over their cost. So therefore, this lower right corner, we're using 110%, not just 10%. We need to use 110% because they got 10% more than the amount they paid. The amount they're paid would be represented by 100% of what they paid plus another 10% on top of that. That's why that number needs to be 110% that we're dividing the price by. And so when we divide $275,000 by 110%, it reveals that their original cost was $250,000. So that's how we can apply this formula to one of these kinds of problems. Let's look at this one. Marco invested in a mountain cabin a few years ago, made no improvements. He just sold it recently for $80,640. And he lost 16%. He had a loss, not a profit. His loss was 16%. In other words, from whatever he paid for it a few years ago, he ended up selling 16% less than that. So another way to say it is $80,640 is 84% of what? Oh, wait, that sounds like that formula we made up a couple of times when we had to do seller net. And that's essentially what this T formula is doing. We're plugging that $80,640 sale price on top and dividing it by what percentage of what he paid for it he sold it for. The $80,640 is 84% of what he paid for it, because the loss is 16%. Does that make sense? If he had gotten back what he paid for it, he would have sold it for 100% of what he paid, right? If he sold it for exactly what he spent, but he didn't. He sold it for 16% less than what he spent for it. And so therefore he sold it for 84%, 100% minus 16. He sold it for 84% of what he paid for it. And so if we do that math, 80,640 lower right corner divided by 84%, it reveals that he paid originally 96,000 and then he sold it for 80,000 and some change at a 16% loss. There's some other practice problems of this sort in that chapter 17. So work on that profit and loss. You might possibly see it as a one of the 8 calculation problems. And it just think of it in terms of what are we doing with the 100% of what you sold it for? Are we selling it for less than that or more than that? Let's move on to insurance. Here we go. It's a quick one. Insurance is only an hour or so. So we'll get this one knocked out. There's not a lot of testable stuff here. Basically, we're going to talk about flood insurance and basic insurance policies, HO3, HO6, stuff like that. And just sort of the gist of it and what does it mean to have like a rider or some sort of an endorsement. This was added back into the syllabus a couple of years ago. They did not have insurance in the course for a few years, but they realized agents were getting questions in the course of events of a transaction, and so we probably should know a little bit more coming out of the gates with a license. So we're going to look at the types of insurance policies and some terminology here. We've already looked at a couple kinds of insurance so far. Tell me some insurance that we've dealt with in the course so far. What sorts of insurance have we been talking about? Title insurance. We talked about, that lender's policy of the title insurance, also PMI, mortgage insurance. So we've been dealing with some types of insurance, but this one is the insurance that protects you as an owner in the event of loss or lawsuit, and also protects the lender if your property is collateral for that loan. The lender cares a lot that you are properly and fully insured because it's their collateral, just like it's your house. And so some concepts here. The insured person is the homeowner. The amount that homeowner pays every year is the premium. That's how much it costs to be insured. And the one who is doing the insuring, that is standing behind you and saying, yep, I'll give you this much money if somebody drives their car off the road and knocks half your garage wall down. I've seen that lately. People are driving off roads and hitting houses. The insurer. The insurance company is the insurer, reimbursing the owner for loss sustained by some covered event. The effective word there is covered. Going to make sure that stuff is covered. You've got proper coverage. And by the way, if you haven't, just as in general, if you haven't reviewed your homeowner's insurance policy or any insurance policy, you might want to double check that you have enough coverage. Because guess what? Costs to replace things and rebuild have gone up. If it's been more than a couple of years, you might want to revisit it and talk to your insurance agent and make sure you have enough coverage. Because it might just be a bad rude awakening if something goes wrong and they say, well, you have coverage for this amount, but it's going to cost this much more to actually make you whole again. And give your clients that advice too. So insurance is just transferring the risk from the owner to a group of policyholders affiliated with the insurance company. The insurance company is gambling that they're not going to have any payouts. They know they're going to have some, but the proportion of payouts to non-payouts for all those premiums they're getting is going to be significantly different, and they're going to end up running a profit, most likely. So, a couple different concepts here. Casualty, meaning loss caused by property damage, the improvements of the property, not the dirt, but the wall fell down. Insurance, homeowners insurance covers leaks and as well as complete catastrophic loss. All of that can be part of it and is required to be part of it. And then also liability, because maybe your house guest fell off the front porch and broke their arm. And the insurance policy could cover damage or losses caused to third parties or their property. Or when they fell off the porch, they dropped their phone and it slammed against the concrete too, broke their arm and their iPhone. Not sure which one they're more worried about. But homeowners insurance is both combined to make up this package policy. It's both casualty, damage to the property, and liability. Your liability in a lawsuit, you could remember it that way. That is an HO policy or a homeowner's policy. What's covered in a policy? It depends on the type. Homeowner policy 2, 3, 4 plus. There's a bunch of them. You don't need to get into the weeds on all of them. But the HO3 policy is the bare minimum that a lender is going to be satisfied with, because it involves a certain level of coverage. The lender says, I don't want an HO2. You don't get the loan from me if only all you're going to insure is with an HO2 policy, because it's not enough coverage to satisfy them. So testable, HO3 is the bare minimum policy to satisfy a lender. An HO4 policy is a specialized policy, and sorry, 1 second, got distracted. As a renter's policy, and an HO6 policy is a condo policy, because that's a very specific kind of policy that what's special about a renter's policy? Why does that matter? An HO4 renter's policy is just covering the personal property, because that's all that renter cares about. They don't care about the structure. They're not responsible for the structure. So the owner, landlord, would need to keep a policy covering the structure. The renter just needs a policy that covers their stuff. An HO6 policy is for condominiums. What's special about a condo compared to a house? Similar to a renter's policy, but a little more, but not as much as an owner's policy of like a single family. A condo policy, what do you own when it's a condominium? You own, thank you, LeVar, in the airspace. Wall painted surface to painted surface, but that includes like cabinets and stuff too. So it's your personal property and the stuff within the unit, not the exterior, but the interior. So a little more than a renter's policy, but less than a homeowner's single family policy for an HO3. Best resource for questions when you're out there in the wild and your client is like, well, which one should I get? Anytime they're asking you, what should I do? You're going to have a red flag in your brain and you're going to think, this is probably out of my job description. And you're going to defer and point them in the direction, in this case, of an insurance agent. Don't answer this question, even if you know the answer, because you don't need that kind of liability. You certainly don't want to take on stuff that on your shoulders that you shouldn't. Sorry, I don't know if you can you hear those dings? Sorry. I'm trying to, I know what I can do. Let me quit. I had iMessage up and I don't know how to mute it. And I had a referral for somebody in Burlington, and I put it out there on Facebook, and they rather than message me on Facebook, they're texting me and saying, please pick me. Uh-oh, Didn't work. Sorry, guys. Here. Okay, that'll do it. I think I got it. Turn that volume down. So who's your best resource? Point them in the direction of the insurance agent. Some terms. That HO3 policy is going to involve a contract between you and the insurance company, the homeowner, and the insurance company. And it's going to involve an agreement to do the insuring. It's going to list the deductible. How much do you have to pay before they start paying? It's going to have a declaration page that says, here's what we're going to do. Here's the deal. We're not covering everything. And if the reason for the damage is your fault, they're probably not covering as much or at all. So that's the kind of thing they're talking about. Policy provisions. All that stuff is going to be spelled out. Look at your insurance policy, and there's a lot of fine print because they're not just covering any old thing. They know exactly what they're covering, and they've gone to great lengths to find out the percentage chance of how much damage will be caused in this event and that event, earthquakes and hurricanes and people falling off porches and cars landing in your kitchen and everything. They have a number for that. So the insurance policy is going to involve conditions that have to be followed. There might be endorsements, meaning we also are going to include some personal property. If I didn't have this green screen behind me, I'm in my little studio here, and I've got a wall of a few guitars there. And so if you collect guitars or collectibles, books, motorcycle endorsement, anything extra over and above, that's a collectible, you're going to want extra coverage. That diamond engagement ring, maybe make sure that's included in your homeowner's policy with an endorsement, or a rider is another word that you might see for that. An exclusion would be, hey, we're not going to cover this. And a lot of homeowner policies do not cover losses from like war or acts of terrorism. Just as a side note there. Interesting. Classic example. Yep, you got it. It reminds me of any sort of John Grisham book or movie where he's up against the big bad insurance company and it's a fight for them to cover something, right? Yeah, that's a shame. That's awful. And that brings to mind something when we get to the flood insurance portion. All these terrible floods from hurricanes and areas that get flooded, yes, the policy covers the flood, but what happens because of the flood? The water damage that causes mold to start growing. You got it. And that's not covered under that flood policy. Isn't that a dirty trick to find out about later? Also, the polybutylene pipes that have ever leaked. Remember, that is a material fact. If they've ever leaked, they have to be disclosed. Not if they've not leaked. You don't have to disclose that it's made of that gray polybutylene pipe. But if the pipes have leaked, then the insurance coverage would oftentimes fix the leak damage. But if you want to ensure that, meaning to yourself, you want to be sure that you're not going to have that issue again, you might want to replace those polybutylene pipes throughout the house. Well, guess what? The insurance policy isn't going to cover the replacement of the pipes, even though that's going to be the best assurance that they're not going to have the same issue later when another pipe fitting decides to spring a leak. That's crazy. Yeah, we could talk about insurance policies and companies for a long time. We might have mentioned this back when we were talking about the flood stuff with environmental, I think, but mold. But there is a way to find out any sort of major claims that have been brought against a policy on a property. And it's the clue report. And it's given free once a year to the homeowner if you go get it, if you ask for it. And you as a buyer or buyer agent for your buyer, if your buyer's worried about a thing and wondering maybe they've had like a major recurring claims because of flooding or whatever, you could say, well, let's see if the listing agent will have the seller provide the clue report, comprehensive loss underwriting exchange. And it's a database, sort of like the MLS almost, but it's not something, it's something that the insurance company is going to look at before they decide to insure the property that you're buying. They're going to look at the clue report to see if there's a recurring problem with this property that kept having to be paid out by the previous insurance company. They might deny coverage over that issue or charge more because of that issue. And so that's what it is. And so again, you as a broker could suggest to your client, let's ask for it to get to the bottom. It's not something that we do all the time. It's going to be case dependent. And so that claims history determines the premium. The insurance company might say they keep having issues with water coming into that basement, and we've paid out the previous company the last coverage over the last several years. They've kept having every couple of years pay out $10,000 to replace the heating and air system in the crawl space. And so that's a factor in their decision of whether to cover the property. When should you advise your client to shop for homeowners insurance? What part of the process? When is the right time to shop for homeowners insurance? During that under contract period, but before that due diligence deadline, so as to make sure there's no uninsurable situation going on. You don't want to get past the due diligence deadline and then find out for some reason that because of a recurring problem that the clue report revealed, the insurance policy is going to cost significantly more than the typical. They might be expecting $900 a year, but because of this recurring thing, it's going to be $1,900 a year. And that's something your buyer needs to know in their decision of whether to go through with this purchase or not. So it's important. And I think a lot of times it gets pushed to the back burner, sometimes not done until later, but you're risking your client's ability to walk away and get the earnest money back. Could a homeowner's insurance premium cause the borrower to lose loan approval? Sure. If it's $1,900 instead of $900 and they're already maxed out of their of what their qualifying ratios can be, and factoring in PITI, that last I, the insurance policy, it better be lined up, and it's that much less they can afford on the PI and the T if they have to spend more on the I than they were planning to, which could make them have to go to a smaller, cheaper house. Borrowers should investigate homeowners insurance during the due diligence period. You bet. It's the best chance of making sure your buyer at least gets the earnest money back if they run into this situation and decide they can't, or they don't want to go through with it. A couple more terms that are important here. In the insurance world, the company cares about the status of the property. And so if your seller says, hey, we're going to move out while it's under contract, or while it's on the market, I'm going to go ahead and move to our new place and take all our stuff with us. What are you now aware this property is going to become? Is it going to be unoccupied or vacant? I don't have the word unoccupied here, but occupied, unoccupied, or vacant. Yeah, it's going to be empty of all stuff, meaning it's vacant. And that means people aren't there checking on it regularly, living there. And an insurance company cares about that. Because what if the water supply valve to the toilet upstairs springs a leak and there's nobody there to catch it for days or weeks? Like happened to my friend. She just went away for the weekend. It wasn't unoccupied or vacant. She just went away for 2 days, and sometime between when she left at 5 p.m. on a Friday and when the neighbor came in to check on the dog at 8 a.m. the next day, her toilet water supply line above the kitchen, master bath upstairs above the kitchen, sprung a leak. And enough water had accumulated so the entire kitchen ceiling ended up on the floor. And it doesn't take long, within a day or two, and that mold stuff starts growing. So it was more than just wiping up the water and putting sheetrock back on the ceiling. Now she had to get mold remediation. The people in the hazmat suits scrubbing, getting rid of the mold, and it turned into a $60,000 6-month process. And that was with her just being gone for a couple hours, for 12 hours before it got caught. If this were an empty property and it were weeks, before, even 1 week would have been even worse with that water constantly coming out. So the insurance company says this: tell us if you're going to leave. Even if it's unoccupied, what does that mean? Unoccupied compared to vacant means there's still stuff there. It looks like you're living there, but you're gone for more than just the normal amount of time. You're gone for maybe a week or two plus at a time. And so you need to adjust your coverage, because if it ends up being unoccupied or vacant and something goes wrong and the insurance company asks you questions after the fact, and they will, that adjuster is going to say, what happened? And you're going to say, well, we were gone for 3 weeks, and oh, wait, it was unoccupied? Well, no, it was unoccupied. Therefore, we're not covering it. You have this amount of damage. You could have caught it if you'd have been around, and therefore you should have beefed up your coverage because it was unoccupied or vacant. So vacant's the worst because there's nothing in it. Unoccupied is next worst because you're going to pop in a little more frequently. Occupied is the best, meaning the insurance company is more sure that you're going to catch things that might go wrong. Unoccupied and vacant properties are more prone to extensive damage because how long it takes before it gets caught, and criminal behavior, right? I just lost my word. What's the word? I'm looking in the chat. Help me out here. Yeah, it could be squatters. It could also be, what's the other thing? Like people, just vandalism. That's the word. Vandalism, theft, burglary, things like that. Yeah. So in terms of us as brokers and our process of helping people buy, as to the contract, what's important? Who's owning the property? So if it's a case where we had a settlement on a Friday, but it didn't have time to get recorded, and the buyer wants to move in before it gets recorded, that means the buyer is not yet the owner for those 2 days over the weekend. Whose insurance covers what? As a broker, just make sure you counsel your clients and say, okay, seller, you can let that buyer move in. Since we're not officially closed till Monday, you're not getting your proceeds check. You're going to go ahead and give them the keys and let them move in. Well, let's make sure you keep your insurance coverage, because it's you who has a policy that's going to have to cover it if they burn the house down over the weekend. And what that buyer needs is, instead of an owner's policy, they need a renter's policy because they're a renter for 2 days. So just make sure that the insurance coverage is properly adjusted. Real estate brokers should have buyers and sellers contact their insurance company before moving in or out of a property. You bet. Absolutely. You might have a seller, again, that goes ahead and moves with the spouse who's being relocated. We don't want to be separated. We got kids, and we're just all going to move and leave the property empty. You're the expert broker, so you get it sold for us. It'd be easier to show. It's going to be empty. Okay, I get that. That's fine with me, but call your insurance company and make sure they know the situation, Mr. Seller, Mrs. Seller. So you've got proper coverage, and they won't deny coverage if something goes wrong and it turns out they didn't realize that it was vacant. And that brings us to flood insurance. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, dictates flood insurance. The Real Estate Commission says, yes, it's a material fact that a property is in a flood zone. 100-year flood zone does not mean it floods every 100 years. It means that it's a higher percentage chance that it will flood on some sort of a more frequent basis. And if it's in a flood zone, that is a material fact that we must discover and disclose. We don't just sit back passively waiting to see if they'll tell us. We need to find out, is it in a flood zone? Go look it up. Hey, seller, is it in a flood zone? I don't know. Okay, do you pay for flood insurance? No. All right, well, I see a creek on the back corner, and you go look it up on FEMA. Put in the address, fema.gov, and you can find out. Shaded maps will show you the color coordination, and just say this area is flood zone, this area is not. If it's in a flood zone, it may still not need flood insurance, though. Just because it's in, here's a testable question. Property is in a flood zone and it always needs flood insurance, true or false? we're not testing you true and false, but that's the idea. They might ask you in some sort of a way. And the answer is false. It could just be a flood zone that's just around that creek on the far edge of that 5-acre parcel, and it never quite reaches the house. And so therefore, it's in a flood zone, but maybe flood insurance is not required. Could a seller owner go ahead and get flood insurance even though flood insurance is not required? Sure. If they want to pay for it, sure. Do they have to? Maybe not. Find out. Is it in a flood zone? Does it need to be covered? Two different questions. But mainly for us as brokers, it's a material fact that we have to find out the answer to and disclose. Otherwise, we're guilty of some combination of these words. It is our responsibility also to notice red flags. What are signs that a property has been flooded? Tell me, have you ever been in grandma's basement or even around the outside of a property? What is it that gives you a warning and you think, oh, they must have water issues somehow or other? Yeah, stains on the walls, maybe in the crawl space in the basement, on the outside of the building. You see maybe the red clay we have here in North Carolina, those orange marks. Maybe a mildewy, musty smell. Yeah, you got it. So as a broker, we need to identify and be aware of red flags to ask more questions. Hey, seller, you haven't mentioned flood insurance. I see there's sort of a pond back there with a creek running to it. And also, it's not that far from here. And also, I see some orange marks on the side of the garage building. Got flooding issues? Who's asking? Me, the person you're thinking of hiring to list your property because I have to disclose it to the whole world. Oh, okay. So we need to discover, disclose, and advise if we see these red flags. Which of the following is a material fact? That the seller maintains flood insurance? Is that a material fact? Or that the property is in a FEMA flood plain? The first statement may not be a material fact because they might be choosing to pay for flood insurance, but it's not required to do so. It's their choice, not their requirement. Therefore, your buyer's not required to. The second one, yeah, in a floodplain must disclose that. I would disclose them both. I'd say it's in a floodplain, but just the back corner of it, not the whole property. And the seller chooses to, if I found this out, I would ask if I do the best I could to find out. Seller chooses to pay for it, but they don't have to, apparently. And so then I would advise my client, let's ask the insurance company what they think about insuring this property. And by the way, the homeowner's insurance company, not the same as the flood insurance company. It's not part of your HO policy. It's a separate thing that's not the same company necessarily. The seller currently has flood insurance, then the buyer must continue that flood insurance, true or false? And again, the question is, does the seller have to or does the seller choose to? If they have to, then yes, your buyer will have to as well. I had a a listing in a cul-de-sac, which that part's irrelevant, but the house was about 5 feet above the ground level. You went upstairs up about that far, and it was a good thing because it was in a floodplain. And the buyer ended up being her own buyer's agent. She was a licensed agent. She owned some property that backed up to this listing of mine. And so she knew about the floodplain, and she also knew because I told her, because I had to, and I told everybody, hey, by the way, it's in a floodplain. The seller paid a flood insurance policy. The policy over and above the homeowner policy that they normally would have to have was $3,000 a year for the flood insurance policy. But North Carolina had some sort of a subsidy program that covered 90% of it. So the seller only paid $300 a year for the flood policy. And so this buyer / her own agent came along and she said, okay, great. Thanks for the info. I'll call that insurance company that they're using and get that set up. A couple weeks before closing, my people had gone ahead and packed up the house, left it vacant, and moved to Texas with the job transfer. This lady, buyer, called their existing insurance company because of that subsidy program and said, hey, I want to get a quote, find out what's up with this and blah, blah, blah. And she called me after that conversation. She said, they won't cover me and I'm not going to pay $3,000 a year. I would have paid $300, but they won't do the subsidy program for me. And I'm like, that's weird. Why wouldn't they do that? And I called them and they said, we're not covering that lady. She was so rude and talked to us so mean on the phone that we can't even imagine having to deal with a claim with her, and we're not covering her. And I'm like, son of a gun, my poor sellers have already committed and gone out and they're empty. We would be back on the market having to find a buyer, and it was not a market like this. It would have been weeks and weeks, maybe a couple months. Average days was about 100 days on the market back then. And it was a big deal. And that's when I really learned, I already knew the lesson, but I learned it again, that our job description is get to closing. Because what did I do for 3 hours that day? I shopped for flood insurance for this buyer that for some reason didn't have enough phone manners to keep from ticking off the insurance company. I came back around to that same company after losing and never finding another one that had that policy. And they said, we still won't cover her, but since you asked nicely and we feel bad for the seller, turns out our competitor down the street has the same access to the same policy type of thing. We'd be glad for them to have to deal with her. And so I called them and they said, yeah, we'll cover her. And I called her, and by then I kind of had a professional relationship with her to the point where I could kind of poke at her a little bit. And I'm like, look, I found another company that'll cover you. I don't know what happened in that last conversation, but let's make sure it doesn't happen again. Let's be nice and be polite and hold this thing together because we can still have a chance to make this work. Here's their stuff. Here's their number. And she must have behaved herself because they agreed. And sure enough, the next year I have her as a Facebook friend. She said like a 3-day rainstorm in the summer. She said, yep, had to call the insurance company. She showed pictures of how the fence was knocked down and the patio furniture was all the way across the yard. And the heating and air system was kept in the crawl space. And so the flood got into there. It never came in the house because it was so high up, but it always would blow out the unit. And that would have to, the insurance company would pay for it. And she was cool with that. She'd just go through the process and file the claim. And it was just a thing that she did. And I wouldn't want to live there, but she was cool with that. So there, right? You got to do what you got to do. Thankfully, the seller got it closed. We got it closed. But it's all about disclosure, right? She couldn't say, you didn't tell me. There you go. That's good in the chat. That's insurance, guys. Those are the most likely testable questions you'll be dealing with there. Let's see. Landlord tenant we'll go to next. There we go. And that is chapter 15. Should be correct. There we go. So now let's shift our thoughts. We've been thinking about purchases this whole time. We mentioned rental once upon a time back when we talked about freehold estates versus non-freehold. And I said, okay, we're going to talk about rentals in a little while later down the line. Here it is. And so for these next 2 chapters, we're dealing with non-ownership, possessory rights only, meaning you get to live there, but you don't own it. So in this chapter, it's about the relationship between the landlord and the one who's renting, the tenant. The next chapter is about the one who is handling the property management for the landlord, because that's chapter about property management. So let's talk about landlord tenant laws. We'll look at the basic characteristics of a lease, the characteristics of 4 types of rental estates or leasehold estates or non-freehold estates, same thing, synonyms, and the purpose of various kind of leases as well as common provisions. When it comes to remembering the components of a lease, think about it as a parallel universe to a contract for sale, because that's all a lease is. It's a contract to get to live there, whereas a contract for sale is to purchase, but similar. Right? You have a contract of some sort. The purpose is different, but it's still a contract. Lease compared to a sales contract. And so it has a lot of parallels. We're going to talk about some legislation, the Residential Rental Agreements Act, and I'll give you the short story, and then we'll dig in later. It needs to be kept safe and habitable, the rented property. That's what this says. The Residential Rental Agreements Act says the landlord has obligations to keep it safe and habitable, and so does the tenant. Nobody can trash it. Nobody can get crazy and do stupid stuff. The Vacation Rental Act pretty much says, yeah, same stuff, but it's specifically for short-term rental property, vacation rentals. This isn't something you're an owner, that you live there year-round. And there's certain situations regarding vacation rentals that need to be adjusted for. Some of them include that the eviction process is quicker. Because if they're only there on vacation, like a week or two, you better be able to evict them faster than it normally would take. In a normal 12-month lease where it's somebody living there as their residence, the eviction could take 30, 60, 90 days. A vacation rental where they're there for a week and they, night one, throw a big party and get crazy and destroy the property, you want to get them out of there ASAP. And so the eviction laws allow for a much faster in the matter of a day or two versus weeks and months to account for the fact that it's a short term. And there's some other issues that the Vacation Rental Act covers in light of that shorter term. What are the tenant's rights when it's public housing? What are the tenant's rights under fair housing laws? Fair housing is a big deal in property management and rentals because you still have an owner in the mix. If it's the worst, most prejudiced person in the world and they're selling their property, probably still bad, but not as bad as when they're renting the property. Because when they're selling it, they might be terrible, but they're going to be gone. And they might say, well, yeah, I wouldn't normally want such and such protected class person to buy it, but I'll be out of here, so what do I care? If they're renting it out, they're like, I'm still the owner, and their true nature is going to come through more, right? Because they're still the owner. So probably have, if I had to guess, more fair housing violations on the rental side than you do on the sales side. The major provisions of the North Carolina Standard Form, they give us a lease that we can use. The North Carolina Association of Realtors provides a stock fill-in-the-blank lease. And a lot of it is not blanks. Several pages is just all words. And again, as anything that they've given us to use, it's more fairly balanced between the parties, so between landlord and tenant. So we'll talk about a couple of those things. What is a lease? It's a contract. It's a bilateral contract. Both parties are making promises. What's the promise made by the renter in this bilateral lease contract? What's the renter promising? You bet. I'm going to pay you. What's the landlord promising? You get to stay here. I'm not going to rent it to someone else. You're the person, according to these terms. So they both have made promises, transferring possession, not ownership. It's a possessory interest. They get to use it. They don't get to own it. In the case of a rental property, you've got both kinds of interest going on. You've got freehold as well as a non-freehold estate, both happening because the owner has a freehold estate because they own it. Some, hopefully fee simple absolute, but it might be life tenant, might be conventional life estate or fee simple defeasible, but it's some sort of an ownership. And then you also have that non-freehold version of the renter's rights to possess it, but still not own it. So that leasehold possession is not lifetime and it's not ownership. It's for an amount of time of some sort. So you remember that first night when we talked about freehold estates and I showed you that chart and it was fee simple, defeasible, subject to, and determinable, and conventional life estate, and for the life of another, and marital rights, and blah, blah, blah. And your eyes glazed over and you're like, oh, why did I choose to do this? The rental side has 4 types of leasehold, non-freehold estates. And 2 of them are super simple. So let's go backwards. Let me skip on over and let's look at the type called an estate at sufferance. When you see the word sufferance, do you think happy or sad? Yeah, negative, right? We're not too thrilled. Somebody is suffering. So an estate at sufferance is this thing, it's an unfriendly situation. The tenant is still there, overstaying their welcome. They didn't move out when they were supposed to. They are subject to eviction, right? They've stopped paying rent. They're occupying it illegally. So another term for all of that is a holdover tenant. They're held over past the time they should have moved out. And so what we're in when this is happening is an estate at sufferance, just to use the legal term. The renter's not supposed to be there. So eviction court cases involve estates at sufferance because it's somebody who needs to be removed because they're not allowed to be there anymore, but they're still there. So it's an unfriendly type of possessory interest. A friendly version is an estate at will. At will, not like a will, like I'm leaving you this thing in my will, but like because we choose to, at the will of the people involved. So an estate at will says, hey, let's keep it casual and friendly. It might be that the homeowner says, oh, you want to rent my property? It's on the market, but it's just sitting here. I don't have it sold yet, but I'll let you rent it from me. But if I go under contract and need to close on it, you are agreeing that you'll get on out of the way and you won't be mad about it. And you, the renter, are like, well, I may not even want to be here for more than a couple of days at a time. So as long as you won't be mad that I might leave next week or tomorrow and not expect me to stay a certain amount of time, let's just be kind of cool, man. Like the 70s, real mellow, like Woodstock, okay? Friendly, informal agreement. Everybody's chill and mellow. No big deal. Not going to hold you to this certain term. Not going to be mad if you leave early, and not going to be mad if you need me out before a certain time period. Either party can terminate without notice because it's informal, friendly, positive. That's it for those two. Pretty straightforward. The other two have some points that can be sort of confusing. So let's talk about the estate for years and the estate from period to period. I hate the naming. I wish we could rename everything because these two names have built-in confusion points. An estate for years or from year to year, first of all, has nothing much to do with years. It's just time period. It says years, but years is just means some period of time. So if it's a lease that is an estate from year to year or estate for years, it just means for some amount of time that renter is allowed to possess it. So years is kind of misused. Could be months, weeks, or days. There is, though, a definite beginning date and ending date. Definite beginning and ending, but it can terminate with no notice. You're out of here. You didn't tell me. I don't have to tell you because I really did tell you back when you started because you signed the lease because it had a definite beginning and ending date. Sort of like you don't have to give them a notice because you told them with the original lease what the ending date was going to be because bullet point 2, it's got to have a definite beginning and ending. Does that make sense? And then this estate for years, no automatic renewal. It can't just keep going on. You would have to talk about it, intentionally say, are we going to keep doing this? We're going to re-up for another amount of time. Notice I carefully didn't say year, another year, because it could be a day, week, month. Are we going to keep going? You got to have that conversation. The paperwork doesn't have it built in. No automatic renewal. That's an estate for years. The other one, the last of the 4, is an estate from period to period. In this case, there is a definite initial period of time. And in this case, there is a notice required to terminate. You've got to tell them if you're going to terminate. And if no notice is given that you're terminating, the assumption is you're just going to stay there and it's okay. Renewal is happening. So unless you terminate and give notice of terminating, it's going to be renewed. There is legislative required amount of time to give this notice when it's in a state from period to period. Under North Carolina law, you have to give a minimum amount of notice. You can't just say, I'm out tomorrow and not be obligated to do anything. So the minimum notice for a periodic tenancy, another way to say this, the same thing, period to period or periodic tenancy, if it's a week to week amount of time, then you've got to give no less than 2 days notice that you're terminating. If it's a month-to-month situation, no less than 7 days. If it's a year-to-year situation, no less than 30 days notice that you're terminating. In a little while, we're going to talk about the other legislation. Where was that thing? We didn't see it there. There's another thing about the money that we're going to get into. The tenant security deposit. Who has ever not gotten back your full tenant security deposit on a rental? Yeah. And what was the reason? Was it justified? Were you guilty? Or do you feel like they nitpicked and they abused you? That also, how much you get back, or how much you have to put up, I should say, for tenant security deposit, that is dictated by the Tenant Security Deposit Act that we'll see in a minute. So both of those things, the termination required, the bare minimum, and the amount of security deposit are both based on how long the lease term is going to be. And for different reasons. So let's see. Characteristics of lease types. You could have a fixed lease where the tenant is paying just the rent, but the landlord is paying the expenses. Some of this stuff might be more applicable in a commercial setting because it's not only about residential. You could be dealing with rental stuff when it's a commercial office building, for instance. So a fixed lease means landlord's paying the expenses. A percentage lease, here's some very testable stuff, guys. These next two, percentage and net, know the difference between a net lease and a percentage lease. The way to remember it, a percentage lease is this. A tenant is paying based on how much they're making. So it's in the commercial sector. It's a commercial type of a lease. And the tenant maybe runs a hair salon and they say, okay, let's do a percentage lease and I'll pay you rent, maybe a base minimum rent of $1,000 a month, but then an additional 10% of what I bring in as profit per month. And that might be appealing because they're like, well, the more I make, the more I'll have to pay. So if I don't make much, then I can pay less because I've brought in less. And that might feel a little more comfortable in the beginning, at least, while that business is getting up and running. So a percentage lease is based on at least a portion of the rent, a percentage of your profit or income. The net lease is, think about net operating income. That's the thing that happens after we subtract out the operating expenses. Well, a net lease is where the tenant is paying a portion of those expenses. Net lease is based in part on the tenant paying the operating expenses. Percentage lease is the tenant paying a portion of the income, portion of rent based on the income. With this net lease, the tenant is paying a portion of those operating expenses, and it brings up an acronym that you'll see that is TICAM. TICAM stands for taxes, insurance, and then common area maintenance. That's TICAM. When you're in the world of rental, particularly commercial rental, you'll see this acronym pop up. And so the tenant, maybe that whole office building is like 100 units. And I used to teach in person a lot, and I would teach in a Keller Williams office located in Huntersville, and it was in an office building on the first floor, and it was a 4-story building. And all the other units were a bunch of different businesses. There was an accountant, I think. There was a medical-related business, some offshoot of the hospital. And then upstairs there was like I think Aveda Institute or some sort of a of a certificate degree program type of school in the whole upstairs fourth floor. So that's a bunch of renters in this office building. And so if those renters were under a net lease, then they all shared in the expenses. They each paid a proportion of the expenses based on how much square footage of the property they rented, right? So that's where TICAM could come into play. A graduated lease is where the lease increases over time, predetermined intervals. It makes me think of like our 3-2-1 buy down when you're borrowing money. Your interest rate is going to be lower the first year and then go up a little bit the second and go up a little bit more the third. Well, a graduated graduated lease would be where you're paying a certain rental amount the first year. You're getting up and running with your nail salon. Second year, a little more. Third year, a little more, etc. So predetermined intervals, the rent increases. And you're glad about that because you're expecting to make more as your business grows. When we come back from break, we'll talk about other kinds of leases and what makes for a valid lease. I'll see you back here in 10.
The piano. Playground Sessions is now bundling its piano learning app and keyboard. This holiday season, give the gift of learning the piano.
Welcome back. All right, let's talk about other lease types. There it is, this one. Other kinds of leases. A ground lease means you're renting the dirt. You are leasing the land. You own the building on the land. Other countries are a little more inclined to have ground leases. I think it was some South American country church. They were trying to raise money to build the church building on the land. They couldn't buy the land. It wasn't an option. They had a lease. It's going to be a longer term lease to own to rent the dirt, the land, but they were trying to build the building on this ground leased land. And then I've heard of, like, the government having a 99-year lease on someone's property to build a post office on. So that's what a ground lease is. You own the building, but you rent the land. A full service lease means the tenants are sharing in that TICAM, the common area expenses particularly. An oil or mineral lease means you're renting the subsurface rights. Yeah, good example, Deborah. What are some lease provisions? Think about a contract for sale when we're going through this. And just like a contract for sale, you have to have some sort of mutual agreement. The landlord and tenant are saying, yep, we're going to do this thing on purpose. You must have some sort of consideration. When it's a sale, it's a amount to buy it for. When it's a lease, it's the amount to rent it for. The parties must have a capacity to contract, be 18, sane, and sober. Otherwise, it's a void or voidable lease situation. And then it must be for a legal objective in order to be enforceable in a court of law. You're renting that meth house in the middle of that pot field. Good luck enforcing it. If your other party decides to violate the terms of the lease, you're not getting any help if you go to court over that. It must be for a legal objective. So it's just like a contract for sale in terms of those provisions that make for a valid lease. Some typical lease provisions are going to include what the tenant is allowed to do with the property. I rented a backpack leaf blower over the weekend last week, so I could blow 3 trees worth of leaves to the edge of the yard so the city of Concord would come and pick them up, and they never did, but it wore me out too. And when I rented that thing, the lady said, you got to sign this lease rental agreement saying that you won't rent it out to someone else to make a profit. And I thought, what a great idea. I never thought of doing that. Too bad I'm not allowed to. So similar, if it's a property we're renting, what can that tenant do? Are they allowed to re-rent it? Can they sublease it? That might be allowed or may not be. Can they use it to run a business out of? Nope, just to live there. Or can they use it to live there, that hair salon that they're renting to do a hair? No, they can't sleep in that thing. Once upon a time, the property that I used to teach in person, that office building, there was a new agent that had come. and I met her at like a lunch break in between teaching. I taught in a conference room of a brokerage firm, certain realty firm. And so it was a nighttime class. I'd get out it ended like at 9:30 or 10, and I would stay behind to maybe check some grades, and I had to do more paperwork and stuff or get ready for the next time. And I'd be just chilling. And then I'd hear noise in the other part of the office space, and that was that lady. She was there late like me a lot as a broker. And she ended up renting an office space in the brokerage. You could get a desk in the bullpen, or you could get like a closable door office, and she got one of those. She had moved here from like Greensboro or Raleigh or something. And then that turned into I was pretty good friends with the office administrator, and she's like, you know that lady? We think she's living here. And she was. They finally got to the point where she was eating people's stuff out of the refrigerator. She was leaving things dirty. When the door was open to the office and people glanced in there was like blankets and pillows in there. She was just trying to have a cheap place to stay because she hadn't bought or rented a place down here yet. She had just moved here, and she was just trying to sell some houses and basically use it. And finally, the broker in charge had to have a conversation with her and say, look, you can't sleep here because there's insurance issues. The landlord has provisions against, we can't use this for sleeping. This is not a hotel. This is only to be used for office. And so then they started saying everybody's got to be out by like 11 or 10 because of her, right? She ruined it for everybody. I was never staying there late till maybe like sometimes midnight. But anyway, the commercial side has that in place. As convenient as it would be to just like working late, sleep there real quick and get up early and keep working, not allowed. What are you allowed to do? What is your use of the premises allowed to be? Environmental concerns. What if it's like a car painting business? Can they just dump that leftover paint in the back? Of course not. Fixtures. We talked about trade fixtures, how they are personal property, even though they're attached and screwed in. They look like fixtures, classic fixtures that stay with the property, but they're the belongings of the tenant. Therefore, the tenant takes them when they leave. Could be kitchen appliances, griddle, stoves, ovens, pizza ovens. It could be the nail salon stuff, the sinks of a hair salon. So all of that would be spelled out in the lease. And then repairs for non-residential property. Repairs, at what level is the tenant responsible for them? Maybe they're not responsible for any of them. On the residential side, maybe you're responsible for anything up to $50. Replace the bulbs, replace the filters in the heating and air system. And then common provisions on a commercial side of a lease. In order to sign that lease, the landlord might give you an incentive and say, look, I know this property is 10 years old and it shows. It needs new carpet. It needs new colors, new painted walls, maybe even the fixtures, the metal door handles and stuff are brass, grandma brass, instead of the modern kind of black bronzy kind of stuff. So we will do the upfit for you if you rent this place or some sort of a package. So upfitting improvements to make it modern and clean and attractive to a new tenant to choose it and rent it would be provided for in those lease provisions. Tenants are usually required to make ordinary repairs or being held liable for something called waste of the property. You can't just let it get trashed. Can't let the property just get trashed down into nothing. And usually the tenant's required to bring the property back to the level it was when they started, which is the reason they did a walkthrough when you started your lease and you took pictures to show that, yeah, that cigarette burn was there when I got here, right? With an allowance for ordinary wear and tear. The upfitting improvements, the initial customization would be a part of it, but then also maybe in order to incentivize a tenant to re-up when the 3-year lease is over, hey, if you sign another 3 years with us, even it's been, let's say it's been like 12 years. If you sign another renewal, we know that things have changed over the years. You've been a faithful tenant. We will pay to upfit and make some changes and adaptations and improvements to renovate the property in order to keep you. Don't go to the sexy one down the street, the new building. Stay here with us, and we will try to make it newer looking and put new carpet and new paint in there. So the landlord might offer an upfitting allowance in exchange for renewing your lease. And the tenant could specify what they want. It could be completely empty in there, completely wall-to-wall, just open space, and you need a foyer, reception area, a waiting room area up front. You need maybe a bathroom for the employees in the back, and maybe a locker room area, and then a kitchen or whatever. So all of that, building those walls, specifying those customization preferences that you need could be a part of the process. Some other major provisions, again, can you sublet? Can you assign your lease to someone else? My most expensive mistake came as a result of sort of my feelings being hurt. My second firm I was with, he turned out to be a big jerk. And he let me down on some things. He was a broker in charge. He didn't back me up. And so I left. And so in my head, I thought, well, I'll show him. I'll just go around the corner in this same office complex and rent space and just hang out my own shingle. And that was the first time I did my own brokerage thing by myself. A couple other people didn't like him either, for good reason. He was a creep. And he actually got arrested a couple years later for peeping in his neighbor's window at the neighborhood he lived in. So he had made comments to some of the ladies that they told me about, and they said, yeah, we want to leave. Can we go with you? And I'm like, he did what? And they came with me, and then a year later, one of them sent me a text with a clip of the Mecklenburg police blotter showing his face and his mugshot, and he got busted for that. Walking the dog, he was found on camera. The other neighbor got him on camera peeping in the neighbor's window. It's all kinds of people out there, guys. But anyway, so I left before all that for other reasons that he was a jerk with. And I signed a 3-year lease because that's what it took. And I didn't need it. I could have met people at Starbucks. I didn't need office space. It was just a rookie mistake. I was just dumb. And I couldn't support it. It was like $900 a month. And some months I would sell stuff. Some months I wouldn't. And thankfully my neighbor, the CPA, Satchapal Puri, he needed to expand around the time that I needed to get rid of it, or I chose to get rid of it. Yeah, I could have probably figured out another solution. But he agreed to sublet. And it slowed the bleeding. He sublet it, and instead of me paying $900 a month through the next year, final year of my lease, it was only, I think maybe a 100 or so, 100 a month. So, so subletting might be a provision. Thankfully for me, it was. Can you lease to someone else this property that you don't? And in the Airbnb this was in the 90s. In the modern day, Airbnb people are sort of lease hacking, right? They'll sign a 1-year lease until I don't know. I think it's known now. So a lot of owners are kind of privy to it, but they sign a 1-year normal lease and then they Airbnb it the whole time. And that all works great until it doesn't, until somebody trashes the place. Because if you're Airbnb-ing, this is little short-term weekend durations. Is it a party situation? Is it something where it gets, and I'm sure now people are more inclined to ask about that. You're not allowed to do that, maybe, sort of thing. Term of the lease, how long, what's involved with the renewal, what happens if you don't keep up your end of the bargain, if you trash it, if you default, if you move out early. Options to purchase or first right of refusal. In fact, it wouldn't be an option to purchase because that's a non-possessory thing. It would be some sort of a first right of refusal or a right to buy it if the owner decides to sell it in the future. And then there is usually the landlord has the right to give some notice, but with notice given, come into the premises and make sure that people are behaving themselves. I've seen YouTube videos of people who came in after they evicted the terrible tenant and found a grow house in the bonus room. They found the fluorescent lights and the foil, and it was completely encapsulated. And usually what gives that away is an increased power bill, right? The power bill significantly goes up from having those grow lights, but the landlord could maintain, as they probably should. They can't just pop in unannounced, but they have to maybe give some notice and come in. I would do that. And then I would also, even though it's the tenant's maybe obligation to replace the batteries in the smoke detector, that is a thing, the landlord must provide the working smoke detector, but the tenant officially has to keep it. Batteries put in every 6 months. I'm not trusting somebody to remember that. People don't even remember the filters in the HVAC. I would come in maybe once a month, make sure people aren't growing things, replace the filters myself, replace the batteries myself, so I make sure all that's covered. And it's important to keep those filters replaced in your HVAC because it lengthens the life of the unit. But all that stuff would be spelled out. How do leases get terminated? The parties could agree. Yeah, I'll let you out because I'm not going to have trouble re-renting it. You need to get out because you're being transferred or something, or the lease term expires. That's the most common, or some sort of bankruptcy or condemnation happens and by operation of law, or somebody leaves when they're not supposed to. Breach of contract. There's also the possibility that the landlord tries to kick somebody out unjustifiably. And so we're going to look at 3 different kinds of eviction in a little while. Only one of them is a case where the tenant is the bad guy. The other 3 are the landlord being the bully. So we'll see those in a minute. That would be a breach of contract. And notice that all these things look a lot like a sale contract, the way those are terminated. Statute of Frauds says something must be in writing to be enforceable in a court of law. The Connor Act says that something must be recorded to protect against third-party claims. So a lease that is 3 years or less has built-in protection for the tenant. That's partly why it's so hard to get a tenant who's misbehaving out of there. Somebody can get possession, good luck. It's not just going to be a 30-day process. If they know the system, they'll show up to court, say whatever they know they need to say, and they could drag this thing out 60 or 90 days. In the meantime, doing whatever. But for leases over 3 years, more than 3 years, not 3 years or more, but more than 3 years, if it's not in writing, it's not enforceable. And so somebody could buy that commercial property, for instance, and it's a lease for more than 3 years. And if it's not in writing, that tenant is going to have to get out. That new owner could kick them out. They are not protected unless it's recorded, unless it's in writing. Oral leases are unenforceable. So leases for more than 3 years from the date of execution must be in writing, signed by the landlord and tenant in order to comply with the statute of frauds and in order to protect that tenant from being able to get kicked out upon change of ownership. Same kind of thing with the Connor Act. Again, the new owner does not have to honor the lease. 3 years or less, automatically protected, the tenant is. More than 3 years, they need to be in writing and recorded to protect the leasee. The Residential Rental Agreements Act is for what kind of property? They could test you on this, guys. They could say, under the Residential Rental Agreements Act, Sally is leasing property for her hair salon, and the landlord tries to do this. And you're going to think, wait a minute, glitch in the system. Residential Rental Agreements Act is about residential, not commercial. So anything that happens on this commercial property is not going to be dictated or governed by the Residential Rental Agreements Act. What this says is for residential units, people live in there, and they must be maintained safe and habitable. Not commercial, not transient, which means short term, like hotels, motels, I never fail to say that incorrectly. Bed and breakfast, vacation rentals. Some of you are thinking, what about Airbnbs? It's still such a new thing that they haven't quite figured out where to fit it in properly for a given jurisdiction. So that's something that'll be a case by case. You won't be tested on Airbnb situations. With the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreements Act, it says that both landlord and tenant have a responsibility to keep things safe and habitable. Tenant can't trash it, and let the exposed wires stay there exposed and dangerous, and neither can the landlord. They both have to fulfill duties, and if one party fails to keep up their end, the other party is not responsible for their side of keeping it up. So the landlord has to do this stuff: fit, habitable, keep the building code in compliance, keep the common areas safe, make repairs, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, appliances. And if the landlord doesn't maintain the property, they could be found negligent and liable for any resulting injury. Maybe they don't keep the ice scraped from the sidewalk leading up to the common area and somebody slips and falls. That'd be on them. Maybe inside the unit, if there's some sort of electrical malfunction, the landlord better hurry up and get that fixed, especially if it's cold and the heat goes out, or if it's hot and the AC goes out. It's probably more important that the heat stays working properly, because that's life-threatening. The AC is comfort-threatening. But all that stuff is the landlord's responsibility. Let's compare that to what the tenant is responsible for. Again, all of this stuff is about the Residential Rental Agreements Act. So what does the tenant's side say? Oh, it looks a lot like the other one. The tenant's responsible for keeping things fit and habitable and safe. They also have to keep the plumbing fixtures clean. They also are not allowed to damage the property. They've got to comply with building code. They've got to remove trash. That's a big one. Don't be a hoarder. Hoarders, fascinating shows to watch on TV, sad and fascinating. They could breach their lease because of letting that trash accumulate, right? And they're responsible for damage over and above normal wear and tear. We're expecting the flooring and the carpet to tend to suffer some amount of wear and tear. But if the dog chews up a corner of it, that's beyond normal. And so you're probably not going to get as much of your tenant security deposit back, because the carpet's damaged more than just wear and tear. Another beyond wear and tear item that's surprising, maybe, unless you got kids, is crayon marks on the wall. That's hard to get up, so it's considered beyond normal wear and tear. And then the tenants are prohibited from unilaterally withholding rent. What's that mean? You can't just stop paying your rent. Yeah, but what if the landlord doesn't fix that thing that makes it unsafe? You still can't stop paying your rent. You would have to pursue other avenues of remedy, but you can't stop paying your rent and still live there. People try that a lot. What can you do? Well, if the landlord allows something to be unsafe, a tenant could feel so unsafe that they say, look, I know I've got 5 months left on this lease, but the landlord won't fix that exposed wire, and there's the step that's loose, and there's all this stuff, and there's roaches and excessive rodents, and I'm out of here. I'm going to stop paying my rent. But here's the catch. Can a tenant stop paying their rent? Yes, but only if they move out. And that is called constructive eviction. They are evicting themselves in answer to the fact that the property is no longer safe and habitable. They can move out. They can stop paying rent, but only if they move out. They can't stay around. Yeah, okay, just let me pay you half the rent and I'll deal with all of these, the rabies and the raccoons and the rats everywhere. No, it's got to be safe and habitable. They can stop paying rent, but they got to move out first. Because for a reason. They'd have to show later in court, yeah, I got pictures, I got video. The landlord is not keeping the premises habitable. And so this is one of the 4 kinds of eviction. Again, the landlord's the bad guy. The tenant's the good guy. They're evicting themselves because it's unsafe. And then they're moving out. They're stopping paying rent because of that. What about if the landlord is mad at the tenant for some reason and tries to force them out? The landlord could, and that's been a thing in Charlotte one time. I remember a landlord took the door off the apartment, the front door off. The tenant got home from work and there was no door. That is called amazingly, it's called peaceable self-help eviction. The landlord's trying to help themselves by bullying the tenant to leave. And they're doing something like turning off the utilities, which could be life-threatening in the winter, changing the locks or moving the door. Again, the landlord's the bad guy here. They're trying to do something, taking an action to force the leasee out of the property, and it's illegal. Can't do that. Peaceable self-help eviction, constructive eviction, the tenant removing themselves, and then the landlord trying to evict the tenant because they're mad at him because they're asserting a legal right that they have, but the landlord doesn't like it. They can't be evicted for that. If it's like, hey, fellow tenants, let's start a tenants group and stand up for ourselves because this landlord's not treating us right. You can't be evicted for that. It's illegal. That'd be called retaliatory eviction. Also, if you try to report that landlord to a government agency, again, because of their misbehavior, they can't evict you for that. It would be retaliatory eviction, illegal. If you ask for things to be fixed and they try to evict you because of that, or joining a tenants association that's already established, all of that stuff is illegal. The tenant is protected for 12 months. If they try to retaliatorily evict you because of doing these things, then you're locked in and protected for 12 months. All three of those are the landlord being the bad guy. The only kind of eviction that is the tenant being the bad guy is the one that we all know and love and are familiar with. The classic one where you got to go to court over it. And kind of ironically, it doesn't even have the word eviction in the legal name. That kind of eviction is called summary ejectment, where the landlord says, okay, they are now in a state at sufferance. They're beyond their welcome. They haven't been paying rent and they're not allowed to be here anymore, but they're still here and they have to go to court to get you out. So it's a legal method. The landlord can't take the door off, the hinges, turn off. They have to go through this process. It's a judicial form of eviction because it involves the court system. And so summary ejectment is the kind where the landlord is evicting a tenant for staying over their welcome. I had a seller who had a renter, and the renter was her daughter and the daughter's troublemaker boyfriend. And the seller said, let's sell my property, but I got this renter guy, and he was supposed to come in and fix stuff as part of the deal, and I'd charge him less rent, but he never did. He, in fact, operated a car parts powder coat, which is sort of like a painting business, out of the house. And so he let me in. He always let me in and let it be shown, but he always trash talked the seller owner. And I noticed like homemade legal books, like books about the law on the coffee table. He was an educated how to avoid being evicted kind of guy. He had a four-wheeler ATV with the wheels off, jacked up in the middle of the family room in front of the fireplace. And he had all kinds of, it was just a mess. It took us a long time. And she went to court, tried to evict him. It was right the same year as COVID. So he had that protection. COVID locked down evictions because he claimed that he had it, but he had already been misbehaving before the COVID stuff happened. And it was just a big process. And she had to go to court, come here from Arizona so she could go to court and try to evict him. And finally, he just left on his own. It was like 7 months after we got under contract. And the buyer was so aware of what the market was like. The buyer's like, I don't care. I don't know. I don't want to close until he's out, but I'll be patient and wait for him to get out somehow. Seller, keep trying to evict him. We'll close when you give me notice that he's gone. And that was in January. And so finally in July, she called me, owner, and said, would you run by there? Because she was back home in Arizona. Would you go by there and see if he's actually gone? Somebody told me they think he moved out. And he had finally. So she tried summary ejectment. It didn't work for her because he knew enough about how to avoid it. So out of those four kinds of eviction, summary ejectment is the kind where the tenant is staying past their welcome. What else? The Tenant Security Deposit Act dictates the money that you have to give in order to rent. And so where do we keep other people's money? And just like earnest money on a sale, it's got to be kept in a special account. So either you put it in a trust account, this tenant security deposit, or you could get it bonded for a certain amount, which means the bonding company will pay you if you need it. If the owner is a real estate licensee, then they can't use the bonding method. Can't be bonded for that security deposit. They would have to get that trust account money. money put into a trust account. And they would hold it in their personal trust account. They can't use the firm trust account because it's their own rental property. Remember, when it comes to that amount of money, wouldn't it be nice as a landlord if you could just choose to charge 12 months worth? Well, you can't. There's a cap. There's a maximum that you can collect. So the maximum security deposit depends on the duration of the rental period. If it's a week-to-week type of rent, the most you can collect is a 2 weeks amount of rent for security deposit. If it's month-to-month, 1.5 months, and if it's more than month-to-month, for instance, most commonly a whole year, you can collect up to 2 months worth of rent in the form of this tenant security deposit. What can we use it for? Tell me in the chat, what are you allowed to use this tenant security deposit for? I was thinking the same thing, Deborah. Magic eraser probably would get rid of that crayon mark on the wall. Oh, just catching up. Good question. A roommate not on the lease. How do you kick somebody out who's not in a lease? That's probably, for one thing, my first inclination is to say it depends on where you are, right? Depends on the jurisdiction, state law, maybe even local law. So I'd say talk to an attorney in that area. But if they're not on the lease, that's probably their problem, right? The problem is if they hunker down. I guess if you called the cops, I don't even know if they would force them out until the court system had given them the order to do so. It's probably the way it would go, but I don't know. Good question. Good.
She left, but I got scared that she wouldn't, but it worked out.
Good. I'm glad they were passive enough to get out of your way instead of challenging it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. Sorry, 1 second. Can you still hear me? Everybody? Okay, good. So yeah, costs related to advertising for the new one, not making the last rental amount, damage beyond normal wear and tear, unpaid bills that might have turned into a lien against the property, non-fulfillment of the rental period, meaning they moved out early and so you were counting on 3 more months and they cheated you out of that because they left earlier than they were supposed to. Re-renting the property, those costs, somebody got that one. Not making the last payment, that falls under non-fulfillment of the rental period. Court cost of an eviction, all of that stuff is what the tenant security deposit can be used for. But I'm looking at this list and I'm like, that's a whole lot of stuff. And do we think 2 months worth might actually run out if they do all of these things? Yeah, you might run out of money. So that's a problem in and of itself. So yeah, you can use it for all these things, but maybe the money runs out if you have a particularly troublesome tenant situation. The tenant security deposit process. What's the process of giving it back to them? Well, as a landlord, you have to provide the tenant with a preliminary statement of your findings and what you're planning to do within 30 days of the end of the lease. You have to say in writing, hey, I noticed you got this and you got that, and so we're going to keep half of it, or whatever your proposal is. If they don't like it, maybe they can appeal it, but the preliminary idea statement is within 30 days. The final one and the, okay, here's your money, 60 days after that last rental being over. So just remember, preliminary within 30 days, final statement, and security deposit return, if applicable, 60 days. Can a landlord charge a pet fee? Anybody pay a pet fee? Sure they can. It's non-refundable and it's not rent. I have, though, lately looking at rentals last year when we were thinking we were going to get our property sold and I might choose to rent something for a while. A lot of people were charging a pet rental amount, but for your part, there could be just a pet deposit or pet fee, and it's a non-refundable fee because you're having pets. Can the landlord spend it? or do they have to keep it until you're done? Yeah, they can spend it. Anytime something's non-refundable, they can go ahead and spend it. But what about this? What if it's not a pet, but a service animal? Can they charge a pet fee because you have a German Shepherd who is working for you as a service animal? No, they're not a pet. They're an employee, right? They're serving a function. What if that service animal does damage? Damages the property. What's the remedy to the landlord? Just like if your drunk high school friend comes over and damages the property, it's going to be a tenant security deposit thing. Yeah, just like a human, exactly. So you can't refuse to rent to somebody with a service animal. You can't charge a pet fee to somebody with a service animal. It would just be handled with the damage, the repair, security deposit stuff. Ordinary wear and tear, we talked about that, versus tenant damage. The Vacation Rental Act is for properties rented for less than 90 days. The tenant must have their own primary residence. They're just staying here temporarily. And the purchaser, if you buy a property that's a vacation rental type of property, maybe a condo at the beach, part of your agreement to buy it, you can't just cancel all of the vacation rental leases for the next 180 days. You have to honor them. So that's another testable item there. You got to honor any lease that's already in place for 180 days from when you close on purchasing a rental, vacation rental. What about Section 8? What am I talking about with Section 8? Government subsidy housing. Somebody has been approved for a program where they get to pay less or maybe even stay for free because the government is covering part or all of their rent. And there are landlords that specialize in this because the upside is they know they're going to get paid. The government's doing it. And so they love it. Some people don't like it because maybe they're worried about some sort of valuation concern, but you can't be evicted unless there's good cause. If it's a Section 8 tenant, they can be evicted. They don't have free pass just to do anything, but you can't kick them out easily either. You've got to go through the same process, but you better have good cause. And the tenant would need to be at fault, and they are entitled to a procedural process. We had a section in the continuing ed class I taught last year that went into detail here because there's been a lot of misbehavior with property management, landlord tenant. And they talked about it. They said, can Section 8 tenants not be evicted? Is it easier for them to avoid eviction? No. They can be evicted. They still have to follow the same rules and laws, but you also can't evict them easily. You can't just frivolously, that's a better word, frivolously evict them. For fair housing, we're going to cover that tomorrow night as one of the many other smaller chapters. But no discrimination against the protected classes, the 7 federally protected fair housing classes, which are familial status. That's a big one. Because if you ever see an advertisement for a rental that says single people only, like one person allowed, well, what about a person with a kid, an underage kid? That's a violation of familial status. That's what familial status means. It doesn't mean who's married to who. It means you have an underage person, a dependent, a kid. And so you can't refuse to rent to somebody that has a kid or more, one or more. So it's familial status, it's race, it's religion, it's sex, it's handicap, it's color, national origin. I think that's all 7 of them. And then under the sex category, that includes gender identity, sexual orientation, no discrimination of any of that. And if there is, because it's such a hot button issue, an important thing to enforce, you can be sued and have to pay for triple the damages because it's a fair housing violation. The landlord and the person they hire to manage the property for them as a property manager could both be liable for each other. So if you're a property manager for someone, you better make sure they're educated on fair housing violations because you could get in trouble for their nonsense and vice versa. So you just have to, we get trained and it's very intensely enforced and we're reminded about fair housing in this all the continuing ed and the ethics courses that we have to take. So we'll learn more in Unit 19, but all the more important with landlord tenant stuff. So what would a landlord and tenant want in a lease under the rental agreement that we are provided? We're going to have the normal stuff. How much is the rent? How much is it if you write a bounce check, right? If you write a rubber check, if it bounces, if your payment gets returned, if who's responsible for utilities? What's the eviction process? What's the quiet enjoyment provision? Can the landlord just come in unannounced? How much notice do they have to give? Are there pets allowed? And if so, how much is the pet fee? And probably going to be an acknowledgement that a service animal is not a pet. Just in fact, in our standard North Carolina version, they do elaborate on that and make sure they specify. That's landlord tenant. Let's go over to property management and dive more into, okay, now you're a broker who's been hired to help somebody manage their rental property. Here we go. Chapter 16, the property owner and the person they hire to manage it for them. You might be managing it yourself, your own property, and you're going to manage it yourself. But the first time you have to take a phone call at 2 a.m. because the toilet exploded, you're probably going to say maybe the 8 to 10% of monthly rent is worth someone else dealing with this, right? Or maybe you get to 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, and now you don't want to manage that many of them. So it's worth it to you to pay someone else. And maybe you buy potential rental property more carefully with enough room in them, enough of a discount from the value to have in the budget to pay for a property manager. We're going to talk about what the manager is responsible for and what the contract provisions say. You have to be non-provisional. When you guys first become licensed, you're going to be provisional. If you want to do property management, you got to get those posts out of the way so you can become non-provisional and maintain active status. Then you can act on the behalf of an individual owner. You could also be a property manager as an entity. Have a corporation set up as Chapter C or S corporation, in which case you can hire unlicensed people to do your management duties. So you're a broker, you set up an entity, and you hire unlicensed people that you pay as a W-2 salary. They can do some real estate. As we learned the first week, an unlicensed person can do real estate without a license when they are a W-2 employee of a property manager. Like what? Showing rental property, executing leases, because again, they're a W-2 employee. They're not a 1099 licensee or unlicensed person. What is the function of that property manager? They're there to generate income and preserve the value of the property. Make sure it's protected adequately with insurance. Make sure that it's kept up to date on the repairs. And they factor out that revenue and subtract out the expenses, and they come up with what the net profit to the owner is. One of those expenses is their own management fee. Quite often, the fee that the property manager charges is a percentage of the monthly rent. Maybe 8 to 10% of the monthly rent goes to the property manager. And when we learned about the 3 broad buckets of agency, special agency, general agency, and universal agency, this one is the type called general. Property manager is a general agent because they get to actually sign some things on behalf of their client. That property management agreement, just like anything else that is an agency agreement, it is an agency agreement. It must be in writing. A buyer agency agreement must be in writing. Listing agreement to help somebody sell. This is just another one. Property management agreement. You can't manage property for somebody, help them find a tenant, collect the rent until you have the agreement in writing with that owner. Because it's what spells out what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. But unlike those other, listen to this one. This is an important testable item. Unlike those other kinds of agency agreements, the listing agreement, the buyer agency agreement, the tenant agreement where you're helping a renter find rentals, none of those can have a renewal clause. They can't just keep going unless somebody stops it. But this one, you can. Property management agreement is the kind of agency agreement that allows for an automatic renewal. Well, because why not? Because I can tell you, if I hired a property manager, I would go to great lengths to find a good one, right? And I don't want to go through that again next year because I only kept them for 1 year. Why? If they're doing a good job, I'm going to let them keep on managing it probably forever and managing more and more of them, hopefully, because they're making themselves worthwhile and running my business of my little investment property or big investment property properly. So that's the only one that can contain a renewal clause. The property management agreement has the description of the property. Let's make sure we know what you're going to manage for me. It has a period of time, an end date, and here's when it automatically renews, if it does. It spells out what the manager's supposed to do. It spells out what the owner's supposed to do. It might spell out that the manager can handle, and we're authorized to go ahead and hire and spend the owner's money for repairs up to $1,000. That might cover like a water heater blow up or something pretty generic and basic. Because if I'm trusting that manager that I've hired, I don't want him to bother me unless I've determined at what point it's a bother. Or I might, until they've proven themselves to me, maybe the first year I do keep them on a shorter leash and I say, yeah, run everything by me. Oh, you did great this year. We ended up having a profit of this amount and I was happy and you handled that water heater issue great. So therefore, now from here forward, unless it's something that exceeds a couple $1,000, don't even call me. Just handle it. So all that would need to be spelled out. Reporting would be, how often do I want you to tell me how things are going? Weekly, monthly, quarterly? And then what happens to blow this thing up? How do we end this property management agreement? One party could quit, the other party could fire, mutually agree. Out of this, here's the big testable stuff, and then we're done for the night. The property manager does all that stuff except these things. They like to test you on this one. Screen cap this. I'll do it for you. Property manager never can do these things. I would actually be surprised if you didn't see this on the test. I have no reason to justify it. It's just something that I have a feeling about because I've seen it on so many practice tests. Property manager never makes capital improvements. That's always for the owner to decide and start. Capital improvements, like let's add a storage garage area. If it's like a big complex or something, let's add an extra wing. Property manager is not authorized and never reinvest the profits. What do they do when they see at the end of the year that they have a profit? They give it to the owner. They don't say, hey, owner, let me roll this over into a Roth IRA for you or some sort of a Bitcoin investment. They're not handling that. That's for the owner and whoever they choose as a financial advisor to do. We're just managing the property. And then they never pay the owner's income tax. That's between the owner and their CPA. And then they don't establish a depreciation schedule. Who does that? The property manager's not allowed to do it. Who would establish a depreciation schedule? Yeah, that's a money person. That's a CPA or bookkeeper. There you go. So I guess if I rearrange these just as they are, I could make an acronym maybe like the only word that I see there is perm, like PERM. You know, the kids today are growing mullets. Have you seen the mullets on the middle school and high school kids? The mullets are back, guys. And they're permed sometimes. These kids are perming their mullets. So maybe perm. So they can't pay the owner's income tax. They can't establish a depreciation schedule. They can't reinvest the profits, and they can't make capital improvements. Good? All right. We're going to finish this out tomorrow. We're going to knock out all those little baby chapters. Would you like for me to do, or how many would benefit if I, on Saturday, did one of these Zoom calls from 10 to 12, and we just do a review, your questions, math, whatever you want. I'll record it. It'll be a live stream if you just want to join in that way. I'll put that on the schedule. It'll just be the same login. Just hit the login for Saturday at 10, and we'll do that for a couple hours. Well, the privilege there, the luxury there, somebody private messaged me, don't go too fast. That's why. That's why we can take our time. I get that. Final is on the 4th. The final is January 4th. The second try, if needed, is on the 10th, the following Wednesday. The 4th is a Thursday. Yeah, next week. That's why we're doing this review on Saturday. But yeah, we will live stream it if you can't join. But by the way, from here forward in your studies, jot down, keep a little page of questions and let me know. Let's wait till after tomorrow night to take the practice final in class marker, because that'll get us through most of the rest, if not all of the rest of the chapters. Then you'll be more fully prepared to have a better idea of what your weak spots might be. But have a great night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock on Saturday. 10 a.m. on Saturday for a couple hours. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Say again.
Hey, quick question here. What was it? Last week before we left, they were saying that we needed to do something for the real estate commission.
The background check?
Yes. Is it just go to the website?
Yeah. Let me pull that up. Let's see here. The Relink book has the process, including the background check stuff. I'll pull that up. Here it is. So this thing, real estate licensing in North Carolina. And if we scroll on down to, here it is. There. ncreccheck.com. Sorry, that was weird. That's where you'll go to apply. If you've had to do a background check for like a job or anything, none of those can be used for this. It's got to be done this way through this service. It's going to depend, the cost and how long it takes to come back depends on you and how many places you've lived, how many names you've had. It will come to your email when it's done. It'll also go straight to the commission, but they're not going to look at it until they see that you have passed the PSI. So here's the next steps. You pass the class exam next week. At that point, you will give us a day or so Jason can report to the commission that you passed. And then you will apply to the commission for $100. And then the commission will tell the PSI people, yep, he can take it, she can take it. And you can pay them $56 to take and schedule go in person to any PSI testing facility. You'll go there, you'll take it, you'll pass it. Then the commission finds out that you passed it. And that's when they'll look at your background report and do any sort of character study and say, okay, they might have some questions. Maybe something came up at DUI from 20 years ago. They don't care. What I've seen in a lot of these things is some of that stuff that was maybe a colorful past, as long as you don't make them find out because you didn't tell them and they found out, that's bad. But if you get ahead of it and say, hey, this thing happened, here's the deal. Also, it was long ago. It's surprising how much they don't care as long as you do it right. That's a bad way to say it. But as long as they know that you're going to take care of the consumer, I think is the main thing. And that's when they're going to actually start looking at the report. And the last step before they give you the license is the character study involving the background search. All that checks out, you're going to get notified that you have a inactive provisional license on inactive status. And at that point, you still can't sell because you've got to pick a firm, pick a BIC, affiliate with that firm. You'll go to that firm and say, hey, you might have already been interviewing and picked somebody. And you say, hey, good news, I passed. And they'll say, great. And they will go online, your new BIC to be, fill out a form and say, yep, they're with me now. And the commission says, great, go out and do stuff. You'll also have to join some things like the realtor associations, the national, the local, and the state, the MLS, the lockbox key app for your phone. And then there'll be some other things they'll walk you through, like errors and emissions insurance, which is a couple of bucks here and there for stuff you might do wrong. And then it's up to just whatever the firm wants from you. Like, we'll give you signs to use, lock boxes to use. If you buy those blue rubber boxes that you might have seen, they're like $150 a piece. So nice to be at a firm that kind of lets you use theirs until you make some money and you can start buying your own. There's also combo boxes you might be allowed to use, but that's why so many new agents help buyers first, because it's a lot less upfront money helping buyers than sellers. And then you're off to the races. Then your next goal is to get those post classes done within 18 months. By the way, don't forget, even though if you've not affiliated with the firm and you're still in active status, the 18 months is still ticking. If you even just never activate, you still got to do those 3 classes within 18 months. So don't lose track of that, because maybe you would have gone for a little while, maybe 12 or 13 months without doing it. Then you get after it and get active, and then you forget. Then you only have a few more months because that 18 months has been counting down that whole time. So just be careful there. That's about it. Let me know other questions and I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll send a reminder to everybody. Take care, guys.